Hmm. Oh God, I need my other phone. Do-do-do-do. Do-do-do-do-do. Do-do-do. Yes, there. All right. Going. Oh, that's possibly there. That's good.
Right, so if neoliberalism had a face, it might look something like a PowerPoint slide titled Reimagining Gaza, for example, designed in a London boardroom somewhere, sent out via WhatsApp and implemented with lethal results on the ground as we're seeing all too much of. And if Empire had a LinkedIn profile, right, so if neoliberalism had a face, it might look something like a PowerPoint slide titled Reimagining Gaza, for example, designed in a London boardroom somewhere, sent out via WhatsApp and implemented with lethal results on the ground as we're seeing all too much of. And if Empire had a LinkedIn profile to go with all of that, it would surely belong to none other than Tony Blair. 2 decades after he helped set Iraq on fire in the name of democracy and destiny, Blair is back yet again, it seems. Another one of his all-too-common rare interventions, I suppose. Not with missiles this time, but with metrics, mission statements, and monetized misery. The language has changed, but the logic hasn't. This is still shock and awe, just delivered by consultants instead of commandos this time. Tony Blair once told the British people that invading Iraq was a matter of global responsibility, a moral duty wrapped in the language of liberation. 20 years later, we full well know what a pack of lies that was. The same vocabulary is being deployed again with Gaza, this time with a slicker facade though. It's all about humanitarian aid, redevelopment and digital transformation this time. Yet behind these words lies the same killing continuity that has become synonymous with Blair's name. The same ideological machinery that drove the Iraq War is now repackaged in the suits of consultancy firms, the slide decks of think tanks, and the sterilised plotting of post-conflict redevelopment plans. The centre of this new... Right, so if nearly...
Oh, Limey! Rejoice! Limey Redneck is here. Hi, Limey. Welcome, welcome. Feel free to call in if you want. The Lord of Patriarchy, also known as Dave, did a call-in show, and I assume you know Raptor. I assume this. He called in, and so did I. Tried to get in. He never clicked on me. Fuck it. So I thought, sod it. Hi. How are you? Oh, I'm back in my flat. I'm at my desk. I don't have my chair yet. I borrowed Super Hubby's armchair. It is rather comfortable. Well, I've made it comfortable. But the back brace that I'm using, the back support that my mum gave me, padding and rigid support up here. Would it work? Would it be able to clip it around the back? Give me a second. Let's see if I can actually do that. Do. I'm not bad. Staying calm. Damn it. I do. It's in storage. It is getting delivered by my housing association on Wednesday, hopefully. Yeah, once I get it set up and everything, the chair will be perfect. I spent 60 fucking quid on this thing. It better not be damaged. Plus my neighbour, my lovely, lovely neighbour, I am buying her buying off of her air fryer. She wasn't at all impressed with it, so I'm giving her 30 or 30 quid for it when I give a benefit on the 22nd. But she went out and bought me a support for the Bahuki, for the wood booty, essentially. And my arse isn't going numb for a change. Yay! So that's good. Plus, my mum got me this back support for my Christmas. And it is rather good. I like it. It's making you sit in the correct posture, essentially. Feel free to jump in if you want. It's over. It should be in the chat. Put it in the chat. Click on the link. It's Google Meet. So if you've got an Android phone. Oh yeah, she's brilliant. I won't give her name. She's just Katie's neighbour. She's right across, right across the coast from me, so literally about 5 feet, something like that. She's just over in that direction. Yeah, she's a good egg. She's a good bean. I do love her. Plus, don't tell anyone. She gets me cheap tobacco and cigarettes. And another thing, that I will not say what, but you can guess. Huh, curious. Huh. Um, um, no, I'll take that one on. No, no, yeah, that's cool. Alright. I don't even down just now. I'm not. I'm just sitting here. Join. It should be in the chat. Give me a second. Copy link. La, 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 la. Give me a second. Come on. It's not giving me chat, please. Thank you. Let's see if this will work. Okay. Ha! There we go. I chose the wrong option because I'm an idiot. Ta-da! You should have it now. Seriously, idiot. But I am learning. I will get there, trust me. There you go, Limey, if you want to come in. I'll just minimize you and I'll go back to the call. There we go. Oh, to my channel. There we go. Oh, to my channel. There we go. Oh my god. There we go. View my channel. There we go. Oh my god. There we go. View my channel. There we go. Oh my god. There we go. View my channel. There we go. Oh my god. There we go. View my channel. There we go. Oh my god. Oh yeah, good. There we go. Oh no, I'm nothing like Dave. No, if you want your camera off, that's fine. It's really anyone's doing one show. View my channel. There we go. Silly. Oh my god. Oh, this is weird. I've seen oh yeah, good one. There we go. Oh no, I'm nothing like Dave. One. No, if you want your camera off, that's fine. Screen capture and it's really anyone's doing one show. View my channel. Wow. There we go. Silly. Oh my god. Oh yeah, good one. There we go. Oh no, I'm nothing like Dave. One. No, if you want your camera off, that's fine. Screen capture and it's really anyone's doing one show. My channel. Wow. There we go. Silly. Oh my god. Oh yeah, good one. There we go. Oh no, I'm nothing like Dave. One. No, if you want your camera off, that's fine. Screen capture and it's really anyone's doing one show. My channel. Wow. There we go. Silly. Oh my god. Oh yeah, good one. There we go. Oh no, I'm nothing like Dave. One. No. Gonna be helpful. Okay. So A's. Oh, you said the PMS. Oh, that's fucking hilarious. Hello. Yes, hello camera. Hi. Welcome to you. Yeah, here's my. Oh, I can't. Ah. So my camera's going for Twitch and YouTube, so everyone can see me still. Can everyone hear me? Share screen. Oh, God, no, not that one. Streamlabs. That's fine. Go. Oh, there's the fucking hell. Huh. That's right. There's three of me. This is freaky. Admit. Can you hear me? Oh no, that's not you. I can't turn on your mic. Hello, hello.
Hello.
Oh no.
Hello. Oh.
Oh, damn it. I thought this might be a problem. Yeah, I'll take that one off. Just remove it. Don't need double triple myself.
Hello. Hello.
Huh.
Oh. Hello. Hello. Hello.
That's fine.
Can you hear me? Hello,
The
Katie.
speaker that usually be coming through on. Oh damn! I'm going to have to end the call. Are you in my Discord? I can bring up my Discord easier, and I
Oh,
can notice
I've
if
come
it's
through on
a
Google
problem.
Meet.
Damn it!
I can see you and me in the call, and I can see your
No good.
Looks like your behind the
So
scenes
we actually
stuff.
be. Give me a second. I will need to put these into output. Then I can hear you.
Hello.
Sound.
Hello.
Okay. On. Hi! Thank God. Hi, Lenny. Yeah. Can you hear me? Yeah. No, I'm good. I'm good. Yeah. You are. There we go. Yay! Brilliant. Oh, that's weird. Put that down a bit. I am, yeah. It is, yes. Give me a minute. I know what to do. Oh, listen then. That should be better. Um, not there? There is. But there's no one here yet. Yeah, it's weird. They're all still over on me. I'm gonna have to mute that. I'll figure this out in a minute. That.
You're tuned into Why America. I'm Legia Miller. With the passage of the One Big Beautiful Bill Act, Trump has taken another step in the erosion of our already fraught healthcare system in America. Upwards of 17 million people will lose healthcare coverage, funding for hospitals will be gutted, and this will combine with the other measures Trump has already taken to alienate foreign doctors, gut the VA medical system, disincentivize students from attaining medical degrees, and more, to create a truly hellish picture for the future of medicine in the United States, one that will impact you no matter where you live and what healthcare coverage you have access to. Today, we're unpacking the impact of Trump's policies on the U.S. healthcare system and how they're all working together to absolutely screw us over. Now, the reality is that the American healthcare system wasn't impressive to begin with. We allow pharma companies to overcharge us. There are very few protections in place for people with pre-existing conditions. Health insurance is a for-profit industry that makes affording medical care nearly impossible, leading to millions of preventable deaths. It can take months to get in to see your regular physician, so millions and millions of Americans rely on urgent care and the ER for all of their medical issues because getting in to see a regular doctor with any urgency is impossible. And then if you have overlapping conditions, forget about it. You'll get tossed around from doctor to doctor. None of them will talk to each other or coordinate care, and most of the care they do coordinate will be denied coverage by the health insurance companies, doing everything they can to never pay a red cent for anything. So it doesn't feel great to consider that this could all get worse, but that is the reality we are looking at now with the passage of Trump's big dumb bill. And the issues are compounding. So any one of the problems we're facing would be difficult to overcome, but laid on top of one another, they will debilitate
Don't know an Xbox. Can you hear me now? Huh. Interesting. Oh, he is here. Hello. If you're hearing kind of fuzziness, it might be my laptop cooler. Victory, yes. Hello. Thank you, Limey. That is good, you can hear me. Can you hear Leisha? Can you hear my videos? I can, that's why the subtitles on, because speaker problem on my laptop. Oh, most Scots have got very expressive faces, by the way. We didn't need to say much, we can just show a face and people get the drift. Or get the idea, stay the fuck away from us, or aye, come on over. That kind of thing. The Irish are good at it as well.
The entire healthcare industry in this country. Often, the way news outlets report on a story differs depending on the bias of the publication. Sometimes, the bias is obvious by the silence on an issue from one side of the political spectrum. That is clearly the case when it comes to how Trump's policies will impact healthcare in America. This headline from The Hill caught my eye. Trump's mega bill will hurt the health of his own voters. It's helpful to see in the Ground News browser extension that this publication is pretty centrist. So to get a fuller picture of the story on all sides of the political spectrum, I can click on full coverage. On the Ground News website, I can see that 134 sources are covering this topic, with only 5% of that coverage coming from the right. Left-leaning The Daily Kos uses the headline, "The collapse of rural medical care caused by the OBBB has already begun," while right-leaning publication DNYuz uses the headline, "Dingle on BBB, a lot of Republicans don't understand what they voted for." But otherwise, right-leaning publications have been mostly ignoring the issue, and the silence is deafening. Depending on where you or your family members get the news, you're going to get very different takes on the same story. Or if you only pay attention to one side or the other, you might miss certain news entirely. This is where Ground News comes in and why I've been using them for over a year. Today's partner, Ground News, is an app and website that offers tools to help you critically analyze the news you read, providing context to understand the full picture. By using the Ground News Vantage subscription, I can also see the blind spot feed, where I can see even more stories disproportionately covered by one side of the political spectrum. For example, few right-leaning sources are covering the story, "Contractors building Alligator Alcatraz have donated money to Florida GOP DeSantis." Interesting. I feel better equipped to make sense of what's happening in the world without being influenced by just one perspective. And listen, I'm not the only one who loves Ground News. The Nobel Peace Center even called it an excellent way to stay informed, avoid echo chambers, and expand your worldview. I'm always really impressed with Ground News and genuinely think they're a great resource. If you want to stay informed on US politics and more, subscribe through this QR code or at the link below at ground.news/Leisha for 40% off this unlimited access Vantage plan. It comes out to $5 a month for unlimited access to
Update. I'm back home. Rejoice. Oh no. Well, I have to pause if I want to talk. Yes, hooray. Oh, thanks, Reza. I'll go back. Oh, that's the internet, right? My sister has Ground News on her phone. She quite likes it. She uses I don't have Ground News yet, but she uses it for like health related and benefits and stuff like that. And cost of living.
for 40% off this unlimited access Vantage plan. It comes out to $5 a month for unlimited access to all of the features I've mentioned. Thanks, Ground News. One of the biggest issues facing the medical profession that has gotten a lot of press lately is what's called brain drain, where highly educated people leave a country that is no longer supporting their work. According to reporting from NPR, quote, the number of American doctors creating accounts on physiciansapply.ca, which is typically the first step to becoming licensed in Canada, has increased more than 750.
Yeah. From other people that I've talked to online, it does seem quite good. A former NASA scientist, a centrist really, but she created this and it actually filters, it goes through all the publications online, print media, blah 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 blah. So you do get a good mix, so you can see what for whatever side's saying what, essentially, which seems good. I approve. Being able to get different sources is always a good idea. Basic tenet of doing research, really. Do your research, people. It does work.
percent over the past 7 months compared with the same period last year, from 71 applicants to 615. Separately, medical licensing organizations in Canada's most populous provinces reported a rise in Americans either applying for or receiving Canadian licenses, with at least some doctors disclosing they were moving specifically because of Trump. Can-Am Physician Recruiting, which has been bringing doctors from the U.S. to Canada since the 90s, stated that the pull toward Canada has never been stronger. They've seen a 65% increase in American doctors looking for jobs since the inauguration. Across Canada, physicians groups and provinces are reporting a notable uptick in American doctors seeking to get licensed up north. In fact, since the inauguration, Doctors Manitoba, a group from the rural province that has
makes you wonder how many American physicians are coming over here. Don't get me wrong, it's still kind of bad in certain ways here in the UK, but we are slightly better than the States, really, for some things at least. Be curious to find out how many American doctors have came over. I should probably research that. Yeah. If all your doctors are fucking fleeing, something deeply wrong. Yeah. But if the NHS can benefit from it, obviously I don't want America to be in this fucking shit show just now, obviously. Just look how his first presidency went. And now it's just fucking 100 times worse. Obviously I say to Americans, get out if you can, but I say to them, stay and fight if you can as well. It is good to actually have people fighting for your country, obviously, literally on the streets, on medical practices, or in malls, or at football stadium, or baseball or basketball, actually fighting for your actual existence, fighting for your country to make it better. Obviously it's deeply fucked up in the States. Sorry, my lovely Americans, I love you all, you're brilliant people, all the Americans I've met. And I talk to on a regular basis. I love them, they're brilliant people. And the state of their country, holy fuck.
as one of Canada's worst doctor shortages, has been actively advertising in states like Florida and North and South Dakota, trying to get physicians to move north in exchange for, quote, zero political interference in the physician-patient relationship. And that's just Canada. Numerous other countries where physicians are more supported and are able to do their work without worrying about dealing with big pharma, health insurance companies, and saddling their patients with life-crushing amounts of debt are no doubt becoming more and more enticing to US-based physicians who are already experiencing
It does, Reza. We really need to start organising, don't we? Obviously, in that sphere, the lowly person, the lowly prole on the street working in a supermarket or in a warehouse or in a hospital or at a football ground or anything like that, anywhere else. Police, possibly some of them. Bin men, parkies as we call them, so people who work in parks in different areas, like maintaining public green spaces, things of that nature, taxi drivers. I can give you a distraction from that if you like, Reza. I offer a chill space for anyone who needs it. I can do anything you want. I'm on my YouTube tonight, so music, maybe not. Because if I get another strike, I'll be off YouTube for a month, and I don't want to. I want to give a safe space for everyone on YouTube and Twitch. Obviously, I mean, I don't earn any money from my YouTube yet. Obviously, I'm too small. I can't remember how many people are subscribed to me on YouTube, actually. I should check. I'm up to 305 followers now, Reza. I'm so close to 30 subscribers here. Now, if I go over the 30, my money will get bumped up a bit, and I should be able to reach the monthly minimum. I can't speak, honestly. The monthly minimum. So I get a regular payout every month, which will be good. Having the extra cash will be beneficial.
Unprecedented levels of burnout thanks to existing shortages, underfunding, administrative burden from dealing with health insurance companies, and the trauma of practicing through COVID. It's impossible to tell the full extent of the exodus at this point, as the consequences of what Trump is doing will take years to reverberate, and people leave the U.S. for a variety of complicated reasons. But it is safe to say that there is a surge of U.S.-based physicians born, raised, and trained in the U.S. who are considering moving and practicing abroad as a direct consequence of Trump's actions and the dysfunctional state of medical care in the United States. That being said, the number of U.S.-born physicians looking into leaving compared to the number that will actually make the leap is very different, and likely makes up a relatively small, though still significant, percentage of the overall physician population in the United States. The bigger issue currently facing the medical profession in the United States is the extent to which we deeply rely on foreign-born and trained physicians in this country. The role that foreign-born doctors play in our medical system truly cannot be overstated. The Association of American Medical Colleges projects that the U.S. will likely face a significant physician shortage within the next 11 years. Certain areas of the country are already facing shortages. Up to 90% of rural and underserved counties lack access to basic
Thank you, Reza. I really do appreciate that. Thank you so much. You are a legend. Workers of the world, unite. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Yeah, the rural healthcare landscape is bad, deeply bad. So all the ones in like rural counties in the different states across, like from sea to shining sea, truly fucked by the looks of it. All the Americans I know are mostly metropolitan based, like major conurbations, major cities, that kind of bigger towns, blah blah blah. I don't know. I don't think I've met a rural American yet. They might just not have said, or I've forgotten. But most of the Americans that I know that I talk to online and stuff in different chats, they're all basically near or in big cities. Like my main mod, she is near a big city. Yeah, millions. Yeah, millions going to lose their healthcare just fucked up. For-profit healthcare is killing people. Literally killing people. So no, American NHS, fucking 20 years ago, please.
Specialists like cardiologists and OBGYNs. Currently, there are over 1 million practicing physicians in the US. Nearly 25% of them attended a foreign medical school, and there are some specialties that have an overwhelming number of foreign trained physicians. 41% of critical care physicians are foreign trained. 52% of geriatric
Don't get me wrong about this. There's plenty of doctors who get trained here in the UK. They do their standard 2 years after they graduate in the medical system here in the UK. Then they can leave, they go wherever they want. And like between 8 and 12% of them go over to the States. Foreign trained nurses who go over and work in there, that is fucking higher. So a lot of UK-based nursing students head over the pond and go and work in the States as nurses, as PAs, physician's assistants, which is they have prescribing powers really, and better training. So it's the midpoint between nurse and doctors there in the middle. A lot of them go over to the States. The number of foreign-born nurses working in the States is like 30%, and a lot of them are leaving. All the nurses that I knew, 6 of them who were based in New York, they've all left. They've all came back. They've all went back to their home countries. 2 of them are UK-based. One of them, my friend, was Glasgow. She was trained here in this city. She's back over here now with her family. Other one was born and brought up and went to university, Cardiff. So he's went back to Cardiff now. He's working there. He came back over. He was in the States for like 8 years. My friend who came back to Glasgow, she was working there for 16 years. Yeah, it's mental, isn't it? They are respected up here, trust me. Most of the nurses, my sister included. Her patients love her for some strange reason. She's forceful, but kind. She is kind. You have to do this. You have to let me do this dressing, blah, blah, blah. Yeah, it's going to fucking kill people. Mark my words. Oh God. Mark my words. I will be watching this very fucking closely. It's just going to get fucking worse. This big bollocks spill is going to get people killed. They're going to die. They're not going to get the care they need. And some of them, like type 1 diabetes, they're not going to get the fucking insulin. They're going to go into sugar shock, sugar coma. Then their organs are going to start packing in. Yeah, people are going to fucking die. Not good. Plus, with the removal of SNAP, basically food stamps, essentially to actually feed your family, feed your kids, essentially. It is feed your children. With the withdrawal or the reduction in SNAP, when I checked at dinner time about, oh God, nearly 12 years, not 12 years, nearly 12 hours ago now, it was up to 55 or 56. Is it up to 90 now? Fuck. The number is just going to keep on going up. Once the wars are completely subsided, they're going to find more. I think it's probably going to breach the 100 mark. I'm watching that as well on the news and on my Google News app. 41% of critical care are foreign trained. That's A&E, by the way. 52% for geriatric, so that's old people.
Geriatric medicine doctors are foreign trained at a time when boomers, the largest generation in history, are becoming, well, geriatric. 40% of residents in internal medicine are foreign trained. Internal medical doctors are responsible for treating the conditions that kill Americans.
Internal medicine is a catch-all because most of the things that happen to us are internal.
At some of the highest rates, like diabetes and heart disease. And foreign trained doctors make up a significant portion of the new doctors entering practice in this country. According to the New York Times, quote, this year there were about 40,000 residency positions offered through the national match system, but only 28,000 graduates of U.S. medical schools. Foreign residents fill a crucial labor shortage. Additionally, many foreign-born doctors are willing to take jobs in places where U.S. medical trainees tend not to go. For example, 300 resident positions were vacant after the match process was complete. There were no physicians that wanted to work there. Those 300 spots were filled by international medical residents. Residents, for those of you who haven't watched Grey's Anatomy, are the new medical school graduates who are required to complete their training by working for several years under the supervision of more experienced doctors. This is a critical part of the medical training needed for doctors to gain the skills they need to practice. If you've ever known anyone who's gone through the process, it includes unconscionably long shifts, incredible amounts of overworking, often high-stress situations, and all for relatively low pay. And medical residents are the backbone of any hospital. They are likely the first doctor you see in the morning when you're a patient in a hospital. They are vital for the functioning of any hospital, especially as more senior doctors leave to start their careers elsewhere. They're already overworked and underpaid while holding your life in their hands. And over a quarter of them are also foreign trained and likely also now concerned about visa issues if they manage to even get into the country to begin with. I don't know about you, but that doesn't exactly give me a vote of confidence about any long-term hospital treatment. Not that they're not qualified doctors, but they're stressed. Anyone would struggle to function under those circumstances. These doctors play a formative role in the functioning of our medical system. And while some may be choosing to leave, like US-born physicians are choosing to leave because they see practicing in other countries as a better alternative to staying in Trump's America, many of them want to come to the US to practice or stay here and practice, but can't thanks to anti-immigrant measures taken by the Trump administration that are increasing.
Holy fuck. Dystopian doesn't describe this, does it? I need some refreshment. Right, we carry on. Take over, Lisa.
Increasingly hostile to all foreign-born people, regardless of immigration status, regardless of how much they contribute to society, especially if they are associated with institutions of higher learning and or any of the many countries on Trump's revived travel ban list, like Afghanistan, Myanmar, Republic of the Congo, Haiti, Iran, Libya, Somalia, Sudan, Yemen, and numerous other countries. Medical students are facing academic uncertainty as the Trump regime toys with various schools' ability to issue student visas. Their First Amendment rights are being stripped away, and many are remaining silent on issues like the genocide in Gaza out of fear of retaliation that could impact the rest of their lives. And if they make it through med school to become residents, their futures are still uncertain. Last week, hundreds of foreign medical residents were set to begin their medical training, and many of those residents have been delayed due to Trump regime travel and visa restrictions. The Associated Press interviewed one woman who matched to the University of Pittsburgh Medical Center at Harrisburg and was set to begin treating patients there this week, but had her visa denied because even though she is highly qualified and a permanent resident of Canada, she is a citizen of Afghanistan. A pause on interviews for J-1 visas for work or study that Trump had initially authorized in May was lifted in mid-June, but numerous U.S. embassies still haven't reopened interview slots or have been slow to fill them, and new enhanced vetting procedures for visa applicants include surveillance of applicant social media accounts and other time-consuming procedures, which is derailing the start of careers of numerous foreign-born doctors that want to practice in the U.S. An estimated 1,000 medical residents were not able to obtain their visas as of mid-June, according to the New York Times. As Kimberly Pierce Burke, executive director of the Alliance of Independent Academic Medical Centers, told the New York Times, quote, "If international medical graduates can't start their medical residencies on time on July 1st, the ramifications are so far-reaching that it is really unconscionable. Senior residents leave hospitals in June and go on to start their careers," she noted. Hospitals rely on new residents to replenish their ranks. If they don't
Good, Reza. You do that. Keep me alighted. Put it, if you see anything particularly egregious, put it in far-right wankery on my Discord. Because obviously they are all far-right wankery. Oh dear God. Suppose if you ask everyone from those countries, they're going to say their version's probably the worst. But this enlightened leftist here will say, out of those three that you've named, I think the AFD are worse. Just marginally. Don't get me wrong, Manfog and his merry band of fucking lunatics. They're bad. They're bad in our context. Different across different countries, obviously, we know this. But in just talking Europe essentially, I think the AFD are worse than Reform just now. Give them time to get worse. Trust me, Manfog's in charge. I wonder what one's next. Might be Tice. Something might get dragged up from his past.
Come on July 1, that leaves a hole in the patient care team, Ms. Burke said. Who's going to pick up the slack? The answer? No one, it seems. And it's not just a reduction of practicing physicians that hinders the medical field in this country. Thanks to Trump, we are also facing a crisis in reduced funding for research. Thanks to DOGE and other budget-slashing measures and anti-DEI initiatives, billions of dollars in medical research funding have been canceled, with some programs getting terminated right in the middle of the research phase. According to medical news site Medical Express, quote, as of July 3rd, Grant Watch reports 4,473 affected NIH grants, totaling more than $10.1 billion in lost or at-risk funding. These include research and training grants, fellowships, infrastructure support, and career development awards, and affect large and small institutions across the country. Stephen Jameson, president of...
That entire paragraph is fucking frightening. If you're in the middle of a clinical trial or in certain phases in laboratory testing of different practices, different ways of treating patients, different things to research like medicines and procedures, things of that nature, if it's right in the middle of what they're doing and the funding suddenly just stops, it throws that entire study into fucking utter chaos. In the research for virology and parasitology, like study of viruses, how we contract them and things like that, if the funding gets cut midway in like phase 2 or 3, you can't do the research anymore. You need the funding, you need the security grants and things of that nature to actually study these viruses. I know Reza's the Northeast, Reza's UK. If any Americans do drop by, I will say to them to shout out. The main one would be my mod, which is Shana. She's American. No, that currently right now, Scottish, northeast of England, Midlands on YouTube. So we've got UK, well, the northern part of UK at least covered, mostly. Do I know anyone from London or the surrounding areas that comes by? A couple. There's a few from Cornwall or Kernow that come by. They're good people. They're good eggs. I love them. They're good. Kev has dropped by before, so I've got Birmingham covered. Helena hasn't been over yet because I stream after she's finished. A little bit difficult. She gets herself fed and goes to sleep. Good for her. Self-care is good care. I would love to have her on the stream or on Join Me online. That'd be quite fun. Helena's good. Helena's based and very fucking intelligent. Okay. Stephen Jameson, president of
The American Association of Immunologists told Medical Express, quote, many ongoing research projects will have to stop. Clinical trials will have to be halted. And there'll be the knock-on effects on the trainees, who are the next generation of leaders in biomedical research. So I think there's going to be varied and potentially catastrophic effects, especially on the next generation of researchers, which in turn will lead to a loss of the status of the U.S. as a leader in biomedical research. For example, the Mosaic program was a National Institutes of Health program aimed at providing research funding to underrepresented scientists. This included $100,000 to $150,000 for the first 2 years, then $250,000 per year after that to launch their own research labs and hire other early career scientists. Completing the loop meant to infuse the medical research field with more diverse talent. This was a program launched during the first Trump administration, but since his second term started, the program has been labeled a DEI program, and people in the middle of their 5-year grants studying things like chronic diseases are getting their funding stripped, with some programs threatening to attempt to recuperate the already awarded funds. One canceled grantee was researching specific genes that make people more susceptible to diabetes, an ailment that affects nearly 40 million Americans, and she was studying how to find treatments for those who don't respond well to existing remedies. That is now gone, and furthermore, the recipients of the Mosaic grants and others fear that the grant itself will now be a stain on their resume, something that future employers in the government and at universities will look upon negatively as a DEI hire situation, or will be too afraid to hire her because of the government's targeting of any higher institutions or private entities seen as promoting illegal DEI initiatives. As NPR reported, quote, Stefano Bertuzzi, CEO of the American Society for Microbiology, which also mentors grant awardees, said the mass termination of Mosaic and other NIH grants may have a cumulative effect that will stifle scientific innovation for decades. Bertuzzi, who immigrated from Italy in the 1990s because of America's robust funding for science, said scientists will not stay in or flock to a nation where research funding vanishes on a political whim. We are going to be losing a full generation of scientists, Bertuzzi said. Other countries in the world will thrive. Indeed, a March survey conducted by Nature found that fully 75% of U.S. scientists said they were considering looking for jobs abroad, primarily in Europe and Canada. These cuts to research mean we won't make the medical breakthroughs we otherwise might have, and it means further brain drain as our top research talent leaves or foreign-born talent never arrives, opting instead to work in countries that actually support their work. Additionally, the attack on institutions of higher learning and student loan options in the US means that a lot of prospective doctors and researchers will never be able to get the training they need to even begin their work. Trump is gutting student visa opportunities and funding, and now the big beautiful bill has created restrictions on access to student loans that are requiring some people to drop out of medical school or forego it altogether. As we discussed in my episode last week, breaking down the one big beautiful bill that was just signed into law, student loan borrowing has new caps and new repayment limitations. This includes caps for professional degrees. Law and medical students are now only allowed to borrow up to $50,000 per year, with a lifetime cap of $200,000 in student loans from the federal government. While no one should ever have to go into that much debt for their degree, the reality is that a lot of medical doctors do go into over $200,000 of student loan debt to get their degrees and finish.
Oh, God, yeah. That's got especially in Mosaic and NIH. This is going to have ripple effects for fucking generations, essentially decades upon decades at this point. The research just to study one thing is years long. So stopping it midstream, just nosedive, just ended like that. It's going to take years for that to get built back up again. Funding slightly better here, after a fashion. I don't pay student fees. The extra funding I needed to get my degree last year, what they started it and restarted it 2 years ago. the funding I got came through Open University and a not-for-profit lending association. So I got a grant from them through my previous professor. Essentially, he went and advocated for me. Thank you, Professor. So I didn't pay student fees. The only thing I needed to worry about paying was accommodation. I have a flat in Glasgow, and literally 1.5 miles down the road is the university I attended. So that is all good. I didn't need to worry about that. I didn't need to worry about travel either, because I'd done it over Zoom. Easy. I did need to get funding. Like the grant money mostly went on researching my dissertation, because you have to get access to different papers. Mine was I'd done a historical based dissertation saying how colonialism and imperialism made outbreaks more likely and more devastating. So I studied viral outbreaks and some biological outbreaks from just four main imperial powers, including our own, the Great British Empire. Britannia rules the way. Fuck off. Us, the French, the Dutch, to a certain extent the Americans, and I'd done Spaniards as well, Spain, Spanish Empire, and how it made how these outbreaks were made worse due to colonialism. And thanks to Operation Legacy, delightful, that was the British state basically destroying all the... Give me a minute. Where are we? There we go, that's better. Because of Operation Legacy, I couldn't get access to either it was still blocked for me, no one's allowed to see it, it's still locked away under lock and key, or it literally got burned. Like great swaths of the information I needed to prove how bad the British Empire was due to outbreaks and stuff in the different colonial places and stuff that we controlled. I didn't have that information, it doesn't exist. Got burned or shredded and shit like that. Thank you, the British state. You fucking suck. One of the historians I talked to about this to see what I could find, and thank you, Professor Oldham. He was brilliant. He managed to get me 4 sheets of paper. That was it. Was that it? Yeah. Operation Legacy, yeah, Operation Legacy. Fucking. So he done research into why they done this and what overarching reasons made them to literally burn fucking documentation. Delightful. He must be more frustrated than I am. Trying to find out what they fucking done. Interesting. Imperial bastards be imperialising, really. 200,000. Christ's sake.
Their training. Without that funding from the federal government, they will increasingly turn to higher risk private loans or forego school altogether. And those who do go into large amounts of debt will now no longer have access to deferment for economic hardship, and their repayment plans will be limited to either full monthly payments or income-based payments.
That deferment means if you're not in full-time employment, your repayment basically it doesn't stop, it gets paused until you can go back into work. But that doesn't exist anymore. If you can't pay it, if you're not working, you still have to pay off your student loan. And these private loans that students have to take out over in the States, then the percentage on it, the rate on it is fucking ridiculously high. Considering they've already went into multiple thousands of dollars of debt just to get their education. And now the repayment has got an interest rate on it that is fucking ridiculous. Do not charge for people if they want to go into these spheres. Do not charge for STEM. Just don't. Doctors, nurses, engineers, physicists, they're all fucking important for the functioning of society. Do not charge people if they want to become a nurse or a doctor or a dentist.
Which is where you pay a certain amount based on your income, and it is often that repayment plan that leaves borrowers paying every month for years and years and somehow still owing more than what they originally took out. These compounding factors will have disastrous consequences for everyone, regardless of who you are or what medical insurance you have or how much money you have, whether you live in cities or in rural areas. Costs will go up across the board because those who rely on federally funded programs like Medicaid will have their coverage slashed. They still need medical care, and their bills will go unpaid, leaving the rest of us to make up the difference in higher costs. Fewer doctors mean even longer waits and lower morale among the doctors that remain, who will likely have to function in understaffed, stressful settings. And we've been focusing on doctors, but of course there is extensive support staff from nurses to admin and so much more that all have to come together to keep hospitals functioning, and they will all be forced to operate on smaller budgets with less staff, with more stressed out, broke patients who don't have medical coverage, and fighting tooth and nail with the insurance companies for those who do have coverage. And this will mean reduced quality of care across the board. But it is truly, as with all of the Trump regime's policies, the most vulnerable among us that will be hurt the most. People living in poverty will lose their Medicaid coverage, upwards of 17 million people. The elderly will have less access to care as doctors and nurses flee the profession, as funding cuts close hospitals and lead to delays in care. Funding cuts at the VA, the U.S. Department of Veterans Affairs, which was already experiencing extensive issues with funding, hiring freezes, and providing adequate care during the Biden administration, means that entire hospitals meant to care for our country's veterans are closing down. Others are seeing mass layoffs of support staff, so even the VA hospitals that remain open are severely restricted in the quality and speed of care they are able to offer patients. And recent reporting indicates morale at VA hospitals is incredibly low, leading many of the doctors, nurses, and other support staff that weren't cut in the mass layoffs to decide to leave their work at the VA. And a recent analysis by the University of North Carolina at Chapel Hill found that more than 300 hospitals, most of them in rural areas, are at risk of closing under Trump's spending bill. This includes emergency rooms, specialty care, nursing homes, family physicians, and more. Rural Americans will be forced to drive longer distances to receive medical care, which means fewer people will seek that medical care to begin with, and more will die as a result of the distance to the nearest hospital in emergency situations. And when those rural hospitals close, the people who would normally rely on them are then forced to go to the next closest hospital, which may not be prepared for the surge in patient demand. This ripple effect will cause overcrowding at hospitals across the country, and this isn't an insignificant number of Americans. According to KFF, a nonprofit that studies healthcare issues, over 20% of Americans, 1 in 5, live in rural areas. And in rural areas, Medicaid covers fully 25% of adults. And despite the provision in the big, beautiful bill that provides $50 billion in aid to rural hospitals over the next 5 years, many hospital advocates warn that won't be enough. For comparison, the bill cut Medicaid by nearly $1 trillion. So $50 billion injected back into rural hospitals is just a drop in the bucket in comparison to the overall cut. And of course, there is a sense of schadenfreude that is worth acknowledging. It is some of the very states that voted for Trump that these cuts will be felt the most. Kentucky alone is set to lose $12.3 billion in Medicaid funding over 10 years. Kentucky has one of the highest poverty rates in the country, and fully 1/3 of its population relies on Medicaid for medical care, including half of the state's children. Kentucky Governor Andy Beshear has warned that the bill will likely lead to the closure of 35 hospitals in his state alone. In the 2024 election, Trump easily won Kentucky with 65% of the vote. Other Trump voting states that stand to face the largest number of rural hospital closures include Texas, Oklahoma, Kansas, Alabama, Mississippi, and Tennessee. And in Nebraska, a rural hospital based in McCook has already closed down, citing anticipated federal budget cuts as the reason. Trump won 76% of the vote in the Nebraska county where the now shuttered hospital is located. And just 5 days ago, an article was published in the Kerr County Lead with the headline, "The Big Beautiful Bill Could Leave 1,000 Kerr County Residents Without Medicaid, Open Gaps for Others." Kerr County is the area in Texas that experienced catastrophic flash floods over the weekend that killed at least 80 and destroyed thousands of local homes. Local hospitals in the region will be forced to absorb the unpaid medical bills of those now newly non-covered residents, and many rural hospitals may close. The floods this weekend give us a glimpse into the compounding effects of the deteriorating state of this country's medical care when combined with failure of local and national weather alert systems, also because of budget constraints, and the increased danger of more extreme natural disasters because of climate change, which will continue unchecked under the anti-environmental initiatives of the Trump regime. And once again, some of the worst hit areas will be the ones that voted for Trump, where increased hurricanes, floods, and more will only get worse, and where there will be no hospitals available to respond in times of crisis. But alas, the powers of Schadenfreude only get you so far, because it turns out we're all interconnected, including with Trump voters, unfortunately, so closures of rural hospitals will have ripple effects across the country, including in blue states and cities, whether it's nationwide increased costs of care because of lack of federal funding, overcrowding in the hospitals that do survive the cuts, fewer available doctors to seek treatment from, loss of care facilities for our nation's elderly, which will then fall on the family members to make up the difference, a loss of future medical research and advancements because it didn't get funded, and the researcher who would have made the discoveries happened to be from Afghanistan or something, and a further degradation of the United States as a player on the world stage, which has even farther reaching geopolitical and economic impacts. The truly catastrophic damage that Trump is doing in the near term and in the long term for the health and well-being of everyone in this country is difficult to predict, but cannot be overstated. Many people will die, and the most vulnerable people will be hurt the worst. I like to give some action items so I don't leave you feeling completely hopeless, but even the action items that I can think of for this video are mostly only available to able-bodied, economically stable people. Again, it is the most vulnerable that will be hurt the worst, and that have the most to lose, and that have the least amount of available resources to pick themselves back up again. And I mean, at this point, it's going to be up to states to make up the difference. So everyone, regardless of ability, can focus on contacting your state and local officials to ask them how they plan to make up the difference. Increasing state taxes on the highest income earners is one example. But in the immediate term, I suggest focusing on the things you can control, because that's all you can do when everything feels out of control. And I see this as two forms, physical and economic. If you have an HSA account through your work, make sure it's fully funded. Start planning now for how you'll cover increased health insurance costs. It might not be your insurance, but it might be your parents' insurance that becomes unaffordable. Being economically frugal right now, given just the uncertainty of the world, is probably in everyone's best interest. And then if you're currently physically healthy, practice a little gratitude and do everything you can to stay that way. And it's not in the packaged, heavily marketed health supplements or whatever. It's making sure you're doing the basics for preventative health management that so many people neglect. Eat fruits and vegetables and legumes to ensure you're getting enough nutrients and fiber. Avoid excess processed food, sugar, alcohol, and smoking. Get your 10,000 steps in every day and prioritize getting 8 hours of sleep per night. No supplement is going to improve your health the way that making sure you are covering the basics will. I know that it's so much easier said than done. Believe me, I struggle to do all of the above as well. But when you live in a country where healthcare isn't a right and the government will not provide for your well-being, you have to do what you can to take matters into your own hands. And I'm not meaning this in like a maha, just try some essential oils thing. I don't mean that. I mean like eat some vegetables and move your body, but still believe science. It's not fair, but that is what it is. And if you have all of those bases covered, consider looking into mutual aid efforts in your area to help others who don't, whether that's providing food for meals, helping with childcare or other stressors.
This is a problem with it. You can't really. If this was to happen to me here in the UK, there's not much I can do to actually physically help myself, because I need my medications, unfortunately, to actually get a standard of living, to actually look after myself, to make sure I'm not in crippling agony every fucking day. So, thank God, praise all the deities for the NHS. No one is going to come after it. Like I said before, it is my NHS, and I will fucking defend it. there's not much I can do else. I've got him through there to help me physically and emotionally. But other than that, if I lose all my medications, if I lose my access to healthcare, I'm fucked. I'm ruined. I need surgery. I've needed surgery and I probably will need surgery in the future. And living over there with my conditions, I'd be fucking screwed. I'm thinking like that as well, Limey. I really am. Just nearly called you Reza there, sorry. Yeah. You're not alone. Plenty of other friends have come onto the stream and said that as well. Well, in the chat. Yeah. It's looking more and more likely, isn't it? And if it does turn out to a civil war does happen, all I need to do is unleash Super Hubby. Oh God, he doesn't like even getting recorded. Oh, I could get him to do a dissertation for me. I could get him to write out bullet points on tactics and things of that nature. Because he's like that. He reads a lot of military history and stuff. He quite likes it. Each to their own and their book choices and choice of media, as always. Like entertainment media, not actual news and shit like that. But he is good like that. I'm pretty sure he'll be a fucking brutal but good RSM. But he thinks like that. He's good at logistics. Very good at logistics. He might be able to work like that, I guess. I will get back to him. If civil war does happen, I will be sending out information leaflets that will get him to write for me. And I will send them to all my relevant friends in the States. Mind you, in saying that, I do know a former Marine. He's a lecturer now. Chemical and electrical engineer, by the way. He used to defuse IEDs. He didn't get blown up. He didn't go boom. He managed to defuse them. Good for him. So, he's actually moving over here. He's escaping. At the behest of his cousin, who now lives here. That nurse friend I was talking about earlier on, she's Glaswegian, so she's moved back home. They both decided, he's going to get back in, isn't he? Yeah. And they moved back. Her parents paid the deposit on the lovely house they now live in. Good for them. I talked to her. She is doing well. So her husband, who is an American and New Yorker of all things, his cousin is moving over here to be a lecturer as well, obviously. And he's escaping. His children are all grown up. They're both adults. They are staying there. They're like their dad. Similarly minded, but they've never served. They've got different careers, but they're staying. Obviously, they'll come over and visit. But he's escaping. He's coming over here with his new wife. Good for him. I can't wait to meet him in real life.
That prevent people from having the ability to care for themselves. There is so much good that can be done through mutual aid. And honestly, if I lived in one of the states where there will be tons of hospital closures in the South, even if I lived in a major city, I would be seriously considering moving to a state with better projected outcomes. Again, this will have ripple effects across the country no matter where you live, but there are a handful of states that have at least promised to try to take care of its citizens in areas where the federal government is failing. Those are, of course, blue states. In Minnesota, where I live, Governor Tim Walz has promised to do his best to make up the difference, but said the state just doesn't have the capacity to fully close the gap. Minnesota State Representative Aisha Gomez has introduced a bill that would create a new income tax bracket for high earners as a way to plug the gap. That is something tangible that can be done at the local level, and calling your representatives and pushing for a change locally is much more effective than trying to push for a national change. It's not a perfect solution, but it is something. Plus, Minneapolis has managed to avoid some of the worst rent increases in the country, and the winter really isn't that bad if you get a good thick coat and some good winter boots. So maybe consider a move north. All of the states in the union are getting royally fucked over right now, but Minnesota is the only state I'd want to be in. But even our legislature is getting overrun with MAGA idiots. So fighting to push for local politics that you care about is so important, even if it seems like as a nation, we are screwed. And if you want to support my work, all my videos are completely ad-free and uncensored over on Patreon, patreon.com/Legia Miller. Thank you to my multi-platinum patrons, Mark, Art, David, RH, Latranger Lucas, Thomas Johnson, and Tay. Your generosity makes this channel what it is, so thank you. And if you like this episode, you'll like the one from last week where I break down everything that's in the big, beautiful bill. Thanks so much for watching. Have a good day. Bye-bye.
I cannot see me. No, not multi-platinum. I should have been a royal. I try not to be doomer neither, Limey. What the? Oh, it's that one. We've gone from nearly 3 hours, okay. Subscriptions. Let's see who's live, who I could get raided by. Oh my god, Raptor's still alive. Maple, Jake, Dead Domain. Oh, Kai's live. Squiddier. Raptor. Raptor's been going for hours. Good for Raptor. Carol's live. Oh, so's Lainey. I think Lainey must have just started. This is brilliant. I'm getting more and more people following me. Oh. Bye, Reza. Good night. Stay based. Do. Oh my god. Hello, lovely comrades. Over on the YouTubes. Hello. I didn't actually check how many people were in there. Hi. I hope you're enjoying this. I do try my best. Let's see. Oh god. Is she there? Videos. Give me a second. Where are we? It's gonna take me a while. Go down. It was last year. Literally just about a year. Slightly over a year. Months ago. My god. Hell, I must get an iPad. Volunteers. Oh god, I love it so much. Yeah, I can sometime. Give me a minute, comrades, and I'll get there. It was just before the general election last year, so getting there. Do. Give me my video. Gimme. I'm halfway there. Gimme. 7 months. She's doing a good few. A month, that's good. Do. 8 months. I'm getting there. 9 months. Oh God, Hodge. Shut up, Margaret Hodge, you absolute fucking TOS. I'm getting there. Oh, I remember that one, yeah. Where are my sound alerts? Give me a minute. Limey. Mwah. Thank you. Yes. Mm-hmm. Give me the video I'm looking for. Good damn it. I like to replay this one every now and again, just to remind people, in case there's going to be an election freeze. Mine's is next year. And I will literally just spam this to everyone that I know who lives in Scotland. All 5.8 million of us. Not entirely sure some will appreciate it, but fuck them. They need to see this so they don't vote for fucking Labour, because Anas Sarwar is a dick. Oh, I'm getting close. Gimme. Where is it? Gimme. Haha! Found it. Go.
So it's the election tomorrow. Tomorrow people will go to the polls to decide who...
I need to hear this one. It's just myself now. I'm going to listen to this video while you all listen to it, so I am minimizing my Twitch chat and finding this video on my YouTube. No. Found it. That can go down. Oh, suppose if I put volume up so I can actually hear it. Should work. Go.
who's going to be the next Prime Minister. And of course it will be Keir Starmer. the Labour Party are going to win the next election. If you've tuned into my channel, or you've followed my channel, or you're just reading it for the first time, most people will know I am a progressive. I am a leftist. I am on the left of politics. And this is my plea to other progressive and left-leaning people to not vote for the Labour Party. I'll be voting for the Green Party, but this video specifically is why you should not vote for the Labour Party. You should not vote for Keir Starmer. He is going to win the election with right-wingers voting for his right-wing platform. He does not need our votes. We need to show the Labour Party they cannot rely on progressive people's votes for a platform that is in no way progressive. Not only is their platform not progressive, but Keir Starmer himself, as a politician, and the people in his shadow cabinet are not fit to lead this country. He is not fit to be Prime Minister. What I'm going to do in this video is try and explain to you exactly why Keir Starmer is not fit to be Prime Minister. The first thing that we have to talk about with Keir Starmer is that he lies. He lies constantly. He lies maliciously with complete impunity. He had 10 pledges and he broke all of them. He lies about... So it's the election tomorrow. Tomorrow people will go to the polls to...
I will be back in a minute. You might see me, I'm just going over there. Give me a minute, comrades. That's better, so it doesn't interfere with the audio of my mic.
decide who is going to be the next Prime Minister. And of course it will be Keir Starmer. The Labour Party are going to win the next election. If you've tuned into my channel, or you've followed my channel, or you're just reading it for the first time, most people will know I am a progressive. I am a leftist. I am on the left of politics. And this is my plea to other progressive and left-leaning people to not vote for the Labour Party. I'll be voting for the Green Party, but this video specifically is why you should not vote for the Labour Party. You should not vote for Keir Starmer. He is going to win the election with right-wingers voting for his right-wing platform. He does not need our votes. We need to show the Labour Party they cannot rely on progressive people's votes for a platform that is in no way progressive. Not only is their platform not progressive, but Keir Starmer himself, as a politician, and the people in his shadow cabinet are not fit to lead this country. He is not fit to be Prime Minister. What I'm going to do in this video is try and explain to you exactly why Keir Starmer is not fit to be Prime Minister. The first thing that we have to talk about with Keir Starmer is that he lies. He lies constantly. He lies maliciously with complete impunity. He had 10 pledges and he broke all of them. He lies about everything he believes in and he supports. He lied about trying to unify the Labour Party, and he kicks out everybody who disagreed. He even told people he would end the factional war and try and unite the party. That was a lie. He said he wouldn't impose candidates from the NEC. That was a total lie as well. When it comes to the pledges, they've all been scrapped. They were all lies as well. Nationalising mail, energy and water. Getting rid of tuition fees, freedom of movement as we leave the European Union, increasing the taxes on the top 5% of earners, abolishing the House of Lords. Pledge after pledge after pledge has been laid by the wayside, all gone on the cutting room floor, and there's nothing left. It was all a pack of lies and a deliberate set of lies to hoodwink the Labour membership into voting for him so he could then purge them afterwards. There were nothing but lies. Don't try and tell me there's about the changing economic situation. There's no reason why the economy is in such a way that we can't increase taxes on the rich. But there was another promise that he deliberately broke, because the man is a liar, and you should not trust him, and that fact alone should be enough to think him unfit to be Prime Minister. That fact alone should make him unfit to be Prime Minister. We just ejected Boris Johnson for being a serial liar, for being a compulsive liar. He wasn't fit for office because he lied with complete impunity. Why should anything be different because of Keir Starmer? Keir Starmer is a Conservative. He admits it as such. He said he was proud to be called a Conservative, and that if people called him one, he didn't care. He said that Labour Party represented true conservatism that the Conservative Party has abandoned. People like Anna Soubry have described the Labour Party as adopting her one nation conservative values. He has turned the Labour Party into a right-wing, monetarist, authoritarian, transphobic and racist party of capital. And what is part of that is they are promising 5 more years of austerity, privatisation and policy for big business. They have promised to increase levels of privatisation in our NHS by selling bits off and having more money being pumped into private provision of healthcare, allowing BlackRock to control our infrastructure with more PFI deals, PFI 2.0, on far more steroids that Blair ever did on. He's taking bungs from the super rich personally, and he is not raising any of their taxes. No wealth taxes, increasing capital gains tax, nothing like that is in the manifesto, so you should not vote for it. They have become the party of capital.
Damn it. Sorry, comrades. Back in a minute. I should have actually went and got it last time I went to go and relieve myself. I will be back. Oh God, Helen, I'm sorry. Look at the face I've paused you on. Sorry, darling. Excuse me. Sorry about that. I will be back. For some strange reason, I think my super hubby might struggle to get his chair back. Just kidding. You'll get it back. Don't worry. Blanket. Oh, for clarity, I am sitting right next to him, right in front of my window. They have fixed it and sealed it. But I'm still getting a bit of a chill coming through the. Obviously there is gaps. Air does get through. Wrong one? This one. That's closer to a minute delay. What the fuck?
They've embedded their cabinet and their PPCs with lobbyists for private water, private equity, private finance, all number of think tanks and people with links to dark money. They have happily gotten businesses round the table to set policy. They described when they went to the banks saying that our manifesto has your fingerprints all over it. Rachel Reeves supported the Edinburgh reforms that cut liquidity requirements for private insurers by up to 60%, allowing them to gamble further with our money and lose at a time at which the need for insurance is much higher because of the greater risk of natural disaster. That is because they have links to so many people who are representing capital rather than representing Labour. Labour are an anti-trans party. Labour are explicitly transphobic party. What they are offering is a Section 28 on trans people. Keir Starmer said he wanted to not have gender ideology taught in schools. They are making it harder for people to transition. They are also, on top of that, wanting to make it harder for people to get a gender recognition certificate by increasing the time that you need to have gone through after applying for one for it to be able to go through. They have also kept transphobic people within their party, continually referring to them as people who are important members of the party. They have said transphobic things on camera. Wes Streeting has done that, gone off to Julie Hartley-Brewer and people from The Sun saying that he doesn't think trans women are women. And that's the person going to be in charge of trans people's healthcare. If you value the transgender community, if you value the LGBT community at large, you should not vote for the Labour Party. The Labour Party is an institutionally racist party. They purge candidates that speak up about racism, like Faiza Shaheen. They get rid of Jewish members from the party who say things that are outside of their line on the Israel-Palestine conflict. They threatened to gag Martin Ford, who was a lawyer who they hired to investigate what was going on with racism internally within the party. They threatened to gag him because he was too critical about how they dealt with Islamophobia and anti-black racism within the Labour Party. If you care about minority communities in this country, you should not vote for the Labour Party.
Martin Ford is one of the most preeminent lawyers here in the UK. Well, England-based, there's a different legal system up here, by the way. Martin Ford is highly knowledgeable, very fucking intelligent, and very eloquent when he speaks, especially to lay people, us, essentially. I will not say who, but a family member has actually met Martin Ford in their chosen career. Oh, fucking hell. I don't know. You know what the best thing I can actually do? Give me a minute. I'm in my shade second, Helena. Give me a minute. Where am I? There I am there. Numpty Invite. Copy link. Okay, copy link. Oh, you know. I don't know. Hang on, I know what to do. Limey, whose Discord are you on? I can post a link to my Discord and whoever's other ones. The three main ones are the Blue Room, which is Raptors, or Helena's, or Kev's. I'll post the link in my Twitch anyway. There we go. It's always good to put that in there. There we go. Okay. Minimize you. Oh, in the chat. Red cat. $79 Scotty Eye. Dada. My cat. Because I'm mad. And my full name's Katie. And I am Scottish. Well, Scotty Eye were an Irish tribe that moved over in Scotland centuries ago. And 79's my birth year. That is me on Twitch. Feel free to come on over. You'll have to type out the full Mad Cat 79 Scotty Eye, because there's a few other Mad Cats. And oddly enough, another 2 Mad Cat 79s. I'm curious about them, really. But yes, there's the Twitch one. Come on over if you wish. You're more than welcome. I invite all. But if you annoy, bonk, which I do, I will not be harassed in my own chat, especially by fucking right-wing trolls. I will not stand for you. I will not. Do not piss me off. I might start yelling like Dave does. If you want a laugh, I could show you Lord of Patriarchy, or you can see him in his original form on Kev's YouTube. Limey. Thank you so much. Hi. Shall we get back to Helena? Go.
Labour are internally corrupt. Labour himself and his leadership team, Labour Together, are funded by investment bankers, hedge funders, and lobbyists for foreign countries. Their donations have breached the Electoral Commission's laws on private donations. Starmer himself has accepted more private gifts than any Labour leader in decades. Rachel Reeves took a donation from a climate denier the week before they scrapped their pledge to investigate 28 billion in green power. And on top of that, they have happy to have people like PricewaterhouseCoopers and private consultancies stuff their offices for free, which again means they are getting return on investment from that extra money that's been pumped in and from those free secondments they've gotten from people like PricewaterhouseCoopers. Starmer said, and I quote, that Israel has that right to restrict water, food and fuel to the Palestinians in Gaza. He did this 3 times and even sent out Emily Thornberry to repeat it again on Newsnight before U-turning. He whipped Labour MPs to oppose a vote on a ceasefire in Parliament. He reportedly nobbled Lindsay Hoyle in the back, the Speaker himself, into being able to kneecap the SNP tabled ceasefire motion. This man has betrayed the Labour Party's commitment to Palestine. And any amount of U-turning he does now that he's seen Muslim communities and communities that care about the issues in Palestine, that is done in bad faith to try and win these people back. Not his genuine position was the one that he took initially.
I have read the full Hansards of that, by the way. It's a little bit more complicated trying to find out how he nobbled him due to the way the House of Commons works. But yes, delightful chap, our Prime Minister, isn't he? He literally got to the Speaker, who is meant to be independent. That is his playpen, essentially. That is his playground. He controls what happens in it. He is the referee. He decides what happens in every aspect. No politician. Fuck it. For this analysis, for this explanation, they are all just MPs. Don't care if you're the fucking foreign minister, the prime minister, or the leader of the loyal opposition, or some backbencher or some independent. For this analysis, they're all MPs. You're not meant to nobble the Speaker. It is his domain. He decides what happens, and the fact that he managed to get to the fucking Speaker is deeply troubling to me. It doesn't work like that, or it's not meant to work like that. And if that keeps on happening, and it has been happening, trust me on this. You saw it last week with that whole fucking debacle over the benefits bill. Obviously, that was the Ways and Means, which is Hoyle's fucking deputy, essentially the second in charge. But he decides what is allowed to happen, what is allowed to be said, who gets to speak, what they get to do, essentially, whether they're in government or not. The fact that he got nobbled and fucking destroyed or attempted to destroy the SNP. Disgusting. Fucking disgusting. Scottish voices were not allowed to be heard that day. Sickens me. Fucking sickens me. That happened. I was in a rage for over a week over that one. How dare he? Not for obviously added bonus being Scottish and nobbling the SNP. Brilliant, thanks, fucking amazing. But for the whole parliamentary process, fucking troubling. They have incurred the wrath of a Scottish, well, not the ire of a Scottish woman. Not a thing to take lightly. Mark my words, I will be heard. Chilling effect on our democracy. And Helena agrees with me on this one. If they can do it to any other opposition party, they can do it to anyone that ever comes into that chamber. That's why we need to change it, especially first past the post, which is utter garbage. I want proportional representation, if you please. Might actually shake things up a bit. 1, 2, go.
After what happened in October, and he rejected a ceasefire for months and months and months and months and months until he realised there was political capital in assessing to one. If you care about Palestine, you should not vote Labour. Labour will open the door to NHS privatisation. Shadow Health Secretary Wes Streeting promised to go further than Tony Blair in letting the private sector into the NHS, but have the same NHS plans essentially as Reform UK, which is to spend public money trying to say that they will use the private sector to bring down waiting lists, when there is no extra spare private sector capacity in this country. There is no spare private sector capacity because it's all NHS staff doing overtime in the private sector. It is all NHS facilities being used by the private sector. There is very, very little extra spare private sector capacity. When Streeting tells you that there is, this is not true. Wes Streeting himself has received hundreds of thousands of pounds in donations with people with links to private healthcare investments. They're even running a private healthcare multi-millionaire in Islington North against Jeremy Corbyn. If you care about the NHS, you should not vote Labour. Labour has betrayed young people by scrapping climate commitments, such as their green investment plans, U-turning on the licensing for the Rosebank oil field, and lying about their plans for a publicly owned energy company, when GB Energy is just an investment fund to de-risk money in the private sector. They have happily had climate deniers in lists of candidates for MPs for the next election. If you care about the climate, do not vote for the Labour Party. Labour has abandoned the trade unions by banning MPs from showing solidarity on picket lines. Sam Tarry got sacked for this, by the way, by watering down their workers' rights plans after being lobbied by the businesses and specifically the head of the CBI, whilst having a policy researcher for the CBI as an MP Keir Mather that is. They have also refused to back junior doctors' pay restoration and have undermined the rail strikes. If you care about the
because a constituency is wide enough, hopefully you'll not dox yourself if I ask you this one. Who's your MP, Limey? You don't need to say if you don't want to, of course. I'd be curious to find out who it is. To see if I can help you, if you want to get rid of them, if they're of a certain persuasion, well, different, blah, blah, blah. Whoever it is, we can find out ways to actually get rid of them if they're Labour, obviously, if they're Reform. Oh God, I hope you're not got one of those fucking idiots. Absolute lunatics. You do not need to say, of course. Oh, you're in my chat. I'll pause you there for a second. Fucking molting everywhere. Give me my Discord. Thank you. Invite. Copy it. And go. Oh, sorry, it's in the show. I'll post it again. Oh, MP. Who is your MP? There is the link to my Discord. It is called Numpty Woman. Feel free, look around. Post anything in whatever channel takes your fancy if you find anything. Anything you want to put in far-right wankery, carry on. Because obviously far-right wankery is obviously here. Even in far-right wankery, you can just post a picture of Manfrog. Always easy. Bloody photos of this fucker. Go!
Trade union movement, you should not vote for the Labour Party. Labour will not lift the two-child benefit cap, keeping 500,000 children in poverty. This will keep the scandal of universal credit, and will the Tories' vile sanctions regime. They will also keep the lifting of the cap on bankers' bonuses. Labour is for bankers, unfortunately, but not for children. If you care about child poverty, you should not vote for the Labour Party. Labour are happy to have multiple Tory MPs in their ranks. One of them described Labour as a bunch of C-words, and went after that, and has also joined plenty of other. They are all welcome in Starmer's Labour Party, yet Jeremy Corbyn is not. Labour are still seeking advice from Peter Mandelson as well, by the way, so that probably doesn't need much explanation. Sam was a member of the Trilateral Commission. He has friends in the Britain America Project. The CPS destroyed his records of meeting with the United States around the extradition of Julian Assange. As DPP, he got people deported for stealing ice cream. He's nasty, he's vindictive, and he is an authoritarian who is in the pockets of the powerful. The Labour Party are now funded by billionaires rather than normal people. The trade unions have had to drop funding due to their internal betrayals. Hundreds of thousands of members have left or have been kicked out. Do you think these billionaires are now donating to the Labour Party for nothing, or are they expecting return on investment? If you value democratic politics and democratic participation and people-powered politics, you should not vote for the Labour Party. Keir Starmer betrayed the people of Liverpool by writing in The Sun. He is endorsed by the Murdoch-backed Times. He is also backed by the right-wing Economist magazine as well as the Financial Times. If you value the people of Liverpool and Merseyside and justice for the 97, you should not vote for the Labour Party. Tomorrow, the Tories will be toast. Labour are 20 points ahead in the polls, and they are definitely going to win the election. Do you really need to abandon all of the things that you believe in just to replace the Tories with Tories in red ties? They don't need your vote to gain a huge majority, and if you do vote for them to gain a huge majority whilst rejecting all of those principles, you will give them an even bigger mandate to carry out their right-wing platform that you and I both don't support based on all of the things I've listed out today. There is no reason to give them that continual mandate, to let them know they can do whatever they want by moving to the right and still rely on your vote. Luckily for all of us though, hope has a new home. Hope has a new home today, chat. The Green Party have pledges to tax the rich, to treat migrants and trans people with respect, to invest in people and planet, to protect the NHS from privatisation, and to put more money into it by taking the taxes from the rich and putting it into new capacity and better wages for doctors. They will take control of our water industry, end the scandal of sewage dumping by bringing the water back into public control. Better wages, better trade union rights, funding for cooperative ownership and community wealth building, and ending of arms sales to Israel, and indeed holding Israeli politicians to account with sanctions. It is a party funded by people, not profit, by being properly member-led and democratically driven. Now that is real hope and real change. If you, like me, are a progressive who wants progressive policy, who wants to help the poorest in society be a force for international peace and justice, please back me by joining and voting for the Green Party in the election tomorrow. A massive majority, a huge majority, will not make Labour any less sheepish. The Green Party MPs, how many that we get, hopefully as much as 4, they will be there to hold Labour to account in Parliament. Who else do you want holding them to account? Reform UK, the Conservative Party? Only the Green Party can hold Labour to account from the left. So if you want to see that in Parliament, you have to vote for it. So please vote Green on July the 4th, and we can build a future with real hope and real change.
I put in the chat, I agree with that the Greens can support. They're a good force. Especially Carla. Damn it, we need Zach in the House of Commons, don't we? Stephen Flynn's doing well. So's Kirsty. I thought Pete Wishart's doing. I think Pete Wishart's doing quite well. By the way, he's my hometown MP. By the way, Pete Wishart. let's see. I'm sure Helena said Zach Polanski. Oh, there we go. I don't know if he has a channel. Yes, he does. Hello, Zach. Let's see what we can find. Zach Polanski, if you please. And yes, I will subscribe. All notifications, if you please. Let's see what we've got. Five days ago, tax wealth, no. Oh, yes. Go.
6:49. Let's go back to the politics we were talking about a bit earlier and why Labour has focused more on voters who might go to the right to reform than those to the left, and ask, does that open up a gap? In New York, Democrats have chosen a 33-year-old socialist, Zohran Mamdani, as their candidate for the city mayor, and that is, to say the least, unusual in American politics. Perhaps it's a reaction to the second Trump presidency. Mamdani is a member of the Democratic Socialists of America. Here, of course, there was Jeremy Corbyn for a while, but there hasn't really been a left-wing socialist leader with a national profile since him. Could that person turn out to be my next guest, Zach Polanski, running to be a leader of the Green Party? Zach, it's very good to have you on the show, and we'll know in early September, I think, whether you've made it or not.
That's right. Thanks so much for having me on.
So your reflections on what's going on in New York. It is unusual to hear somebody openly calling themselves a socialist, not only being prominent in American politics, but actually winning.
I think it's been a phenomenal success, and it's really spoken to this moment. I think the key to it is he's been so clear about this is reducing the cost of living, both in America and right here in the UK. People are really suffering. We've seen decades where poor people have got poorer and rich people have got richer, and inequality really lies at the heart of so many of our problems. So yes, he's using the word socialism, and yes, we're talking about left-wing politics, but actually I think this is a politics that can genuinely speak to the majority of the country, because it's about fairness, it's about equality, and it's about reducing this inequality so we can all have better lives.
The big fight going on in the House of Commons is really fundamentally because there isn't enough public money to go around, and they're looking at the welfare bill. You're
Andrew. Hello, Andrew. Fellow Scottish person here. Hi. Hope you're doing well, health-wise, obviously. And your broadcasting career just right now, over the last sort of couple of years now, I have major problems. I'm with Zach. Tax wealth. Wealth tax. And if they want to fuck off, exit tax. That would work. Tax the people who have the most wealth, the most assets, don't you think? Scotland is trying to do this. We are taxing Airbnb. We're telling them they need to, we're doing stricter licenses, so they don't actually scalp people who want to rent their places on an Airbnb or take away vital housing that areas need. It does seem to be working. It's working. It is good. Yeah, tax rich bastards. That would work. Or borrow. We can borrow. We are a fiat currency country. We can actually borrow from the markets to invest in this country. That would work. That'd be a good thing to do. Don't you think? Do you think they'll ever listen to us? Maybe I need to shout more. If I could, I would go to the top of Ben Nevis and get the loudest fucking buckhorn that I can fucking find. A loudest amplifier. And shout it from the mountaintops. Tax wealth. For fuck's sake, I'm going to agree with the Lib Dems on a certain extent here. Mansion tax. People who own country piles, essentially, if you want to call them that. Mind you, they all seem to be dying off. Funny that, the old inherited wealth, the old stolen wealth, essentially, for fucking centuries from the lower classes, essentially, from the majority of the population, to maintain and control, essentially, fund themselves but not us. Mansion tax might work, that might need to be revived, who knows? I will try to develop that thought a little bit longer, obviously. There isn't an election coming up here next year, so why not? Might be a good policy to pursue, really. You shouldn't be taxing people who work for a living, who are wage slaves, essentially. We need the money to survive so we can pay our rent or our mortgage, maintain and fuel a car, insurance, things like that, maintenance, blah blah blah. Luckily, we still have the NHS, so we don't actually have to have private health insurance. Thank fuck for that. Fund schooling. Fund further education, like we do in Scotland. We don't have student fees up here. Rejoice. Brilliant. Love it. Anas Sarwar will be coming for those things, by the way. He wanted to put us on a more southern-based model, if I'll put it like that. Oh look, fiery yellow orb has risen. We can do all of these things. We can bring back things into public hands. Nationalise them, like our water up here. Or do fully renewable like we are for electricity. All renewable. All our electricity up here in Scotland is fully renewable. 112% the last time I checked. Our excess is getting sold to Norway. And they're paying us to have that extra capacity, to have that extra electricity. We get charged for putting our electricity generation on the national grid, which is fucking stupid. Like I said, fully renewable electricity generation here in Scotland, and we can give you the capacity if you let us put it on the grid without fucking scalping us. Thanks. And get rid of marginal fucking pricing. Even though we're fully renewable, our electricity bills are still high because it gets in line with the cost of gas for fossil fuels. Stupid. We shouldn't be paying that much for the electricity. Gas, different thing. I don't like fossil fuels. I'm an eco-socialist. I want rid of them. Zach is here for all of those. That is why I want him to win. And when I get my money at the end of the month, I will be joining Greens Organise. Morton, look out, I am coming. And Helena as well, obviously.
Answer would presumably be higher taxation.
Yes, a wealth tax. So for a long time, I've been advocating for a 2% tax on assets of £10 million or more. There are other measures too, things like bringing capital gains tax in line with income tax. Right now, we're taxing earned income much more than we're taxing unearned wealth. I think to most people, that seems unfair and unsustainable. There's also things too around the Bank of England, where we are giving interest rates to loans that have been given out, so-called quantitative tightening. That could also raise billions of pounds. So there's lots of ways to fund public services. And also there are spending multipliers. So all the money that we spend on public services, we get back into our economy by a boosted economy.
I mean, the problem with talking about raising taxes as a central thing is an awful lot of people think one day that's going to be me and it becomes unpopular. Do you think you can actually persuade middle-income, normal voters, as it were, that it's not them that are going to be hit?
I think it's about really getting the message across that this is the super rich. We're talking about people who are earning money while everyone else is sleeping. So it's not about people using their hands or their brain.
Are there enough of them?
Yes, I think so. And there was a report recently by Henley and Partners that said that a lot of millionaires and billionaires were going to flee the country. That's now largely been discredited. So I think we've overcome the first hurdle, which people said, will they not just leave? And that was a kind of trickle-down economics. I think we're into the second hurdle now, which is making sure that people who run small businesses or medium businesses know they're absolutely part of the solution here. This is really about the 99% versus the 1%, a super elite that for far too long had been destroying our environment, destroying our democracy, and destroying our communities. I think this is a unifying message that can speak to everyone, and that's why I want to be Green Party leader.
Not surprisingly, Keir Starmer and his team are focusing very heavily on voters who might defect from Labour to Reform. Do you think that they are making a big mistake? And in other words, that there are lots more voters to their left who they are alienating? And how big is that Labour vote that you think you can squeeze?
I think it's a catastrophic mistake, and I see my number one mission to make the Labour government more worried about losing votes and seats to the Green Party than to Reform. Now, polling shows that over half of the people who voted Labour just last year are now thinking of voting for the Green Party or the Liberal Democrats. I think when we look at the Liberal Democrats, they've made big successes in the last few years, but actually I couldn't tell you the coherent narrative that brings them together. In the Green Party, I think we have a very strong message, which is about reducing bills, reducing rents, and funding our public services by reducing inequality.
What would you say to people? Say, I'm very involved in green politics, I'm an environmentalist, but I'm not on the left.
I think there's space for lots of people, and I think for anyone who wants to protect the environment or conserve the environment, and that's obviously soft conservatives, people who might have voted Conservative in the past, I think they're increasingly unhappy with what British democracy looks like, both from the Boris Johnson years and the Liz Truss years, and are actually looking for something different. I think this is why, ultimately, those of us who define ourselves on the left have to speak to a much broader group of people to say left-wing politics hasn't necessarily been what you've been told it's been for years, but actually it's just about reducing inequality and making sure everyone's got a fair shot.
And last question, I'd really like your reflection on why it is that the Green Party in this country has done so much less well than Green parties across Europe. And you look at the Germans and you look at Scandinavian countries, the Greens are really, really powerful in those political economies, much less so here. Why?
I will butt in before Zach answers that one. Different electorate, different demographics here in the UK have been for many years now, many centuries really at this point. Different ways of living. Don't get me wrong, there's similarities in all European countries for many different reasons, too many to go into right now. The German Greens, problems. The Green or the eco-socialists in like France, Norway, Sweden, Finland, places like that, Denmark. They're all Republicans, by the way, thank you, which is good. Don't get me wrong, there's a good contingent within each of these European countries, and across most of European countries, there is eco-socialists like myself, which is a good thing. There is only this pretty blue planet. There's only this, and fuck off, Elon. You go to Mars, I'm not coming with you. I've checked out what Mars is like, online, and in books. Actual, physical books. It is good. Fantasy, sci-fi, and actual books about Mars itself. Like, fact books. Like non-fiction. It'll be difficult to set up anything on Mars without trillions, and I repeat, trillions of money. Be it dollars, pounds, euro, fucking renminbi, fuck it, the real, Saudi currency. So yes, trillions and trillions and trillions of dollars. Essentially, just make it dollars for ease. It'll take trillions to set up even a small base there for like 10 people to research the actual planet before people start moving in there and doing business or setting up a new utopia or whatever fucking other bollocks you're thinking of, Elon. We are not going to do that. There's major problems we need to fix here before we start researching. Obviously there is research happening, but minimal. We need to fix the problems here on Earth first, before we leave the planet. We need to have a stable base before we go out to the stars. And that isn't happening because of capitalist ghouls like you and your fanboys and people who give you soft coverage, essentially. People like Andrew Marr, to a certain extent. So no, fix the Earth first before we leave it. Because you're going to have a stable base to do the research to actually leave the fucking planet. Strap me to the rocket and send them now. Yay! Hello, Red Jester. Rejoice, comrades. Red Jester Productions has arrived. Hi Jester, how are you doing? I am 3 hours and 47 minutes in so far. Hello, hello. I have been researching decks, either paper ones or doing online. I'll get back to you on that. I'm doing my research. I'm going to ask Helena about it as well, because she is good and she wins. And she knows the game, obviously. I was more D&D for a while. I still know. I was 3, not 5e. I was 3, so fucking ages ago. I am now researching magic. Watch the space. Oh, I'm back in my flat, Jester. Super Hubby made up my desk. So this is going to be my permanent presence now. Rage-inducing video about atheism. Well, you've reached the right person. I'm an atheist. I have spirituality of a certain description. But yeah. Basically, I'm just me. I do not confess to any religion, unless my own. I confess to myself. I believe in myself. I am my own God. Even though I'm kind of broken. Feel free to talk to Jester, everyone. He is based. Go.
I think it's about two things. So one, I think a first past the post system has undoubtedly held us back. In the last election, we got nearly 2 million votes, but only got 4 MPs. I think we've demonstrated now, even under first past the post, we've worked out that we can and do win. We need to do much more of that. But secondly, I think we've not been bold enough. So when we go on the media being very proud of the message that we want to send, and also when people criticise us or find what they think are gaps in the plans, really being out there, standing in our truth, being authentic, and really making sure that millions of people in this country hear about the Green Party.
All right, Zach, you've talked about being bold and you do want to be the leader. So let me ask you straightforwardly what you think about the Glastonbury row. Do you think it's right to prosecute or go after Kneecap and Bob Villan, the other group?
I just got back from Glastonbury, so I was there.
You were there. Were you waving a flag?
I was waving lots of flags, but actually I think Glastonbury is not the story here. I think genocide is the story. And we have a British government that are not just complicit, but active participants through the selling of arms, sharing of intelligence, and the fact that they will not condemn Israel's attack on Iran, and indeed the US's attack on Iran. I want Keir Starmer to step up, and I think that has to be the story here.
Well, you heard what Bob Villan said on stage about kill the IDF. Do you support that? Do you think we should be objecting to that?
I wouldn't ever support anyone saying kill something or someone, but I also still think condemnation seems a little bit hypocritical when we're not condemning.
Jester, can you get me a link? You're on my Discord, aren't you? If you're on my Discord, post it in there. Because it sounds so fucking ludicrous, just put it in far-right wankery. And I can bring it up. And I can discuss it. Trust me, I've been an atheist for the last 23 years. I did dabble with actually I was born and brought up a Protestant, by the way, everyone. Hello, Scottish Protestant here. Born and brought up a Protestant. But to keep my now in-laws, who I don't see and don't speak to, I went through the process of trying to convert to Catholicism so I could invite my future mother and father-in-law. And I said to the priest, about 2 months into me converting, he asked me, why are you doing this? So I'll seem legitimate to my future mother and father-in-law. Super Hubby's parents, yes. You do know that his mum didn't convert, even though that your partner's dad didn't. Love me for who I am, but then both of them done a concerted concerted effort to try and convert me. Said, we will not see you as legitimate unless you convert to Catholicism, even though she fucking didn't, and she was born and brought up a Protestant as well. Fantastic! My mother-in-law is a fucking hypocrite. We don't speak to them. I speak to my brother-in-law. He's actually quite decent. He still goes to mass. He appreciates an atheist's look at life in general. So I'm on good relations with him. Thank you, brother-in-law. He's the same age as me, born in the same year. I'm a few months older than him. But yeah, the priest was saying, you don't need to do that. Why would you? Is super happy fine with you with who you are? Said, yeah. You don't need to do this. You can do it for yourself. You don't need to do it for them. They want you to convert so they can come to the chapel, don't they? I think that's the main reason, yeah. No. Super hubby can do that. Only one of you needs to be a Catholic. Oh, you posted it in the philosophy section. Thank you, Jester. Let's just finish up with Zach.
Or not enough people are condemning the British government. I think a British government that have access to arms and are literally involved with the killing of people in terms of what those arms are being used for is a lot more serious than an artist standing on stage shouting something that I think at best you could find objectionable, but it's in no way comparable.
And so the police should basically butt out of this too.
I think for most people, they recognise that the police have a lot better things to do. We know that crime in this country, lots of communities feel over-policed and under-protected, and I think we should really be sorting that out rather than policing freedom of expression.
All right, Zach Polanski, thanks very much indeed for
Thanks so
coming
much for having me.
Thank you. It's hot.
Ah! Didn't mean to do that. That's better. Discord. Yeah, move over. I'll get back to you in a minute. Move over there. By the way, I need to play optional mouse. Philosophy channel. Haha.
Despite what you may think, I really don't care whether or not somebody believes in God, and it's not as...
Pause. Go to the link. I can get rid of you. Okay.
Despite what you may think, I really don't care what...
I need the channel details if you please. Melonball. Christ, that is a hell of a username or channel name. Right. I could just type in the why. Oh. Ah, finger's not working. Easy. You okay?
Yeah.
Go. Where is it? Oh, there we go. Found it. Pause.
whether or not somebody believes in God, and it's not as though I think you have to believe in God in order to be a rational person. But all the same, people will watch my videos and accuse me of being an atheist phobe. Accuse me of seemingly never attacking theism. And it's funny because the reason for this is actually pretty simple. Those who shout at the sky but insist that nothing is up there are far more deserving of criticism than those who simply believe that something is up there. And you can point out, rightfully so, that not all atheists shout at the sky, sort of speak. Not all atheists are belligerent, militant, or Reddit atheists. Likewise, it's not as though all theists are reasonable people either. Belief, for example, is not exactly a reasonable thing. You need evidence and concrete arguments in order to claim to know that something is true. However, theists often concede that their belief isn't like a scientific knowledge. They'll say something like, well, yeah, that's what it means to have faith. Whereas when it comes to atheism, there just isn't this same self-awareness. Even here in this comment, for example, this person implicitly accuses me of bias despite the fact that I am not agnostic. So if I come off as neutral, then maybe I actually am unbiased.
Is it? Oh, dear God. Oh, Christ's sake. Shall we? It's only half an hour, really. Just slightly under half an hour. Oh, God. Super Hubby's going to have to sit on the sofa. I can't. Because I'm still going, he's not going to get his seat back until I'm finished here. In fact, after I've done this one, I think I'll need to finish up. I might actually move over and stream from my chair later on. Oh, dentist, 10 AM. So I will be away. I'll finish this up. I'll get myself all sorted, get myself washed and blah 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 blah. Then go to dentist. And when we get back, I might just jump through the bedroom and stream for a couple of hours this afternoon. Well, let's see how much I can get through before I start to get enraged. I'm open to listen to anyone, but if he starts saying things that are not necessarily correct in a lot of people's lived experiences, I will say. And I will go and say to him that I've borrowed his footage. Go.
And maybe I should ask this person the same question, because he went on to leave a lot of pro-atheist criticism on my other videos after posting this. If he's agnostic, then why do I only see him defending atheism just as he only sees me defending theism? See, it's just not a reasonable standard, and unfortunately when you see all of these atheists pretending to be agnostics or agnostic atheists, you'll realize that it's a common theme. Although, I suppose I'm probably getting ahead of myself. Because the TLDR for all of this is that yes, I realize that there are atheists who don't shove their beliefs or lack thereof down other people's throats. But this is to say that there are atheists who are not annoying or militant. But is that the same as being logical or rational? Obviously, you could ask, what does it mean for any theological belief to be rational? And I think that's an interesting question, so let's go ahead and answer it. Is there such a thing as rational theism, rational atheism, and where does agnosticism fit into all of this? First, we have to address a pretty common lie that is perpetuated in our society. This lie being that a thing is rational if it is nice, agreeable, or polite. While it may be the case that a reasonable person would want to have productive conversations, and in this we allow things like rhetoric and manners to be subsumed by reason, it's not as though, as I've gone over in a previous video, that, for example, a rational argument by its own merit suddenly becomes less rational because it is rude or annoying. If I give you proof that the Earth is round, it wouldn't change the proof I just gave you if I then called you an idiot afterward. It may make it so the argument is less persuasive, and in this it may not be a reasonable tactic, but if the problem is that insults are irrelevant to the argument, then we can hardly turn around and claim that the insult speaks to the argument itself as if it is relevant now that it is convenient for us. Arguments must be judged by their own merit and not by how they make us feel. And so, for this reason, in an intellectual capacity, we cannot look down our noses at people who are confrontational about about their beliefs, because it's strange to take people who make videos about their atheistic beliefs and call them Reddit atheists, or take people spreading their religion and call them Bible thumpers, simply because they share their beliefs in a way that is dismissive of other beliefs. People are, quite often, dismissive of flat earthers. Would it be the case that a person would be irrational if he started up a YouTube channel debunking flat earthers simply because he is quote-unquote forcing his beliefs on others? No. Again, we can question what this would accomplish. We can ask if he took a very negative and condescending attitude, would he be able to convince anyone who didn't already agree with him? And we can say the same thing about religious people and atheists to explain why there may be some rationale, but ultimately when we draw the distinction between those good atheists and those bad militant ones on the basis of tolerance alone, this is the metaphorical plug in the dam that intentionally prevents us from realizing that atheism, in any extent, is not a rational belief. When Christians, for example, spread their beliefs, it's because they think anyone who does not believe in their religion will burn in hell. The less inclined someone is to believe this, believing instead that all good people go to heaven regardless of faith, the less inclined they will be to spread their faith. Here, both the proselytizing and non-proselytizing Christian are reasonable if they make peace with what they believe. If you believe people are going to hell, it's reasonable to spread Christianity. If you don't, maybe you think your religion has some wisdom to offer others, but you wouldn't force it on them for the rhetorical reasons we just mentioned. The spread of religion by religious people is reasonable in either circumstance. However, the same is not true for atheists. For the atheist, nothingness awaits both sinners and saints alike. So why should someone want to spread atheism? The response is often about the alleged harms caused by religion throughout history and in the modern day. And given that both of these claims would require their own videos to debunk, suffice it to say that religion does not necessitate harmful acts. Any distortion of history you could use where you recite the alleged barbarism of the past of Christianity, I could respond with an atheist equivalent, doing the same, using guilt by association to point to secular regimes that caused more bloodshed in a single year than any given decade under Christian rule. Atheists and theists have both contributed positively to society, and both have contributed negatively to society. Likewise, any argument about how religion removes a sense of importance in this life, where you can say that people are wasting their time at church, wasting their time studying a false
Mr. Melon Baller Nick, it doesn't necessarily work like that in most societies, unfortunately. I try not to preach too much about it. I am an atheist. I was born and brought up Protestant. I don't... If there is something beyond, okay, I'm cool with that. I don't believe in it. Is there something else for me? I don't know. I'm still alive. I'm not dead yet. And if I do go and die and manage to message back what it is like, I will try to do that, if it is possible. We don't know what is beyond, obviously. We haven't came back in any meaningful capacity after we've been fully dead. Correct, Chester, yes. I came across people like him before. I talk to them, don't get me wrong, just to see what they feel, just to see what they're, just to hear what they're saying. Really, I'm secure in my beliefs. I don't push them on anyone. Why would I want to do that? I don't need to. Each to their own, to a certain extent, does actually work. Many of my comrades still attend church, go to chapel, go to synagogue, go to the mosque, or go to the Gurdwara. They are all good friends. They're all comrades of mine throughout my life. I've met them. They're brilliant. They are cool with me being atheist. They come to me more for medical advice, really, and banger tunes, what bands to look out for, really. And who is the best communist ever? Obviously me. Oh, for... Ah! Give me a minute, Jester. If I need to allow something, I will. Give me my channel. What are you doing, Automod? I will actually pin that. That is awesome. Yeah, the 20 minutes will be fine. There you go, Jester. Those who are based get pinned. And you are always based. Go!
Religion, or wasting their time being prudes who refuse to enjoy the fruits of this, allegedly, their one and only life, I could respond by making the exact same appeal to extremes in the opposite direction. I could paint all atheists as being too indulgent for their own good. I could say that they strip themselves of a greater sense of belonging and live in constant existential dread. After all, the excuse that the more militant atheists will give to the existence of religion is that it was developed as a means of people looking for comfort in the hardships of life. It should then, if atheists are logically consistent, be the case that atheists not only deprive themselves of this simpler life, but they are actively depriving others of this comfort if they spread their beliefs. And worse than this, considering something like Pascal's wager. The quote-unquote wager goes as follows. If you bet on a god that punishes disbelief, best case scenario, you receive eternal bliss in heaven. Worst case scenario, you're wrong, you die, and there's nothing. Whereas if you bet against him, the best case scenario is now the other bet's worst case scenario. The best you can hope for is nothing, and the worst you can expect is unending suffering in hell. Clearly, it's hardly worth betting against.
Incorrect. All 4 boxes should say nothing. Literally, just leave them blank. You're making wide sweeping statements about a demographic you know nothing about. Well, at least not widely. I don't know you. You can't make that decision. You can't give them this. Anyway, that's a corruption of Pascal's wager, by the way. I might need to set Scribulus on your arse. I will pin this in my Discord for Scribby to see. He will deal with him. Where are you, Scribby? I miss you, my comrade. He is a fellow drummer, well, former drummer. Scribby, actual drummer. Yes, he did. No one should be using Pascal's wager ever again, honestly. The fact that he came up with this fucking... I will remain calm. No one should be using it. Full stop. I don't know why some of these people keep on using it. There is better ways of analysing things now, other than Pascal. That is why I need to give it to my resident philosopher, Scribby. He is based. He is a philosopher. He is good people. In fact, if I can actually cajole him enough, I might actually bring him on stream. That'll be fun. A philosophy lecture. And we need to... I would say we need to come up with something other than Pascal's wager in our own parlance, really, but using Pascal's wager as a baseline? No. Something else. People talking to each other helps. It really does. I talk to people. It does help. I help them. They help me. We reinforce each other. We build a community. Right here in this very stream. Correct. It's only for the fact. A lot of Indian and Southeast Asian scholars and philosophers throughout history and for fucking millennia, really, at this point, they're better than Pascal. And they were Hindus, and they knew that people didn't necessarily profess to one or many deities. They didn't profess to any deity. They lived their lives. They were good people. They provided for their communities. Blah blah blah. Gave them moral support. Grew stuff. Made stuff. Cared for people. They were 10 times better than Pascal. Don't get me wrong, the Enlightenment did actually bring us some good thinkers, to a certain extent, really. But Pascal... I need to start reading philosophy again, unfortunately, now for this one. Thank you, Jester, by the way. Always good to get something like this.
Against an exclusive religion. However, it is important to concede that the strength of this argument is often overstated. Neither you nor I can trick an all-knowing God with fake faith, and so it's not as though we can convince ourselves of something that has no reason by its own merit to convince us. In short, we can't make ourselves believe if we don't, and we can't trick God if we don't believe in him. However, it is still the case that this wager applies to others. If others are convinced of the existence of God, there is no reason to convince them otherwise, because they have nothing to gain believing there is no God, and potentially everything to lose. And here it probably seems like I'm going off on a tangent explaining how militant or proselytizing atheists are irrational, when that's likely something that many people already accept, and seems to directly contradict what I said towards the beginning of that part of the video. However, my point, if you can kind of read between the lines, is this. You would, for example, only find Pascal's wager convincing if there was a shred of doubt in your mind as to whether or not such a God could exist. See, nobody has concern for potentially spreading misinformation when it comes to saying that the Earth is round, because we are confident that the Earth is round. Just the same, we shouldn't fear God if we don't believe that he is real. The distinction between types of atheism doesn't really have to do with condescension versus humility. That's certainly part of it. But here there's a lot of doublethink hiding what we mean by humility. If we draw a distinction between militant
Atheist. Hello. Hi. I have morality. I have a sense of morality. Doesn't necessarily mean that I'm a moral person. I try to be, trust me. I might be a hypocrite at times, don't get me wrong. We're all capable of it. I try to be good. I try to be nice. I try to be honest. Morality is wibbly. Even with one person, even within ourselves, it is wibbly. Lots of different fluctuations happening in this old brain box. And in anyone's brain box across the globe. You can't adequately define morality, even though some legal systems try to. It doesn't work like that, unfortunately. We're all people. We all think. We all do stuff. We all do stuff against our own self-interest, obviously. Things are happening that we disagree with, even though we didn't vote for it. Morality is a weird conjecture to go down, really, in this discussion. Don't get me wrong, we talk about morality all the time. Us humans. Social connection, talking about the way things are, the way things used to be, the way things could be, the way things could be so far ahead. It's just... Morality is difficult to find, really. pretty damn sure my morals are different from my husband's. I know they're different from my sister's and my mum's. We've all got different little petty foibles, really. We've all got different ways of thinking and analysing things. So morality can actually shift within yourself and within your social group and within the wider community. It's a difficult road to go down, actually trying to define it or actually talk about it.
Into atheists and regular atheists and say that regular atheists are more rational because they place the comfort of others above truth, and because they have enough doubt to humor Pascal's wager, then we are only saying that they are more rational because they are less atheistic. For example, take something like the insistence of some atheists that you cannot prove negatives. This is a claim that drips with ideological bias because it's a way of shifting the burden of proof. It's a way that atheists can try to argue that their claim is unprovable, and so, for whatever reason, that gives them a magical pass where
you can prove a negative in maths and in other physics, quantum mechanics, quantum theory. You can prove a negative, by the way. Another wrong tack, by the way, for him. You can prove a negative. It has been done many times, actually, come to think of it. But when it comes to these sort of discussions, if God existed and we asked him to appear, and he doesn't appear, that could be used as a kind of proof, really. People have used that tack before. They have used that discussion point. If he did exist and wanted us to do better, he would come and show us. Fuck it, send down Jesus again, why not? That might work. Huh? Does Zeus exist? Just because he was written about doesn't mean he doesn't exist. He might exist, who knows? There is definitely no elephant in my refrigerator. It's too fucking small. I'm sure an elephant could fit in my living room right now. I'm sure if an elephant did exist in my living room, I would be able to see it, and so would you. It'd be right behind me. Can you really miss a fucking elephant? Fully grown one. You might miss a baby elephant, still kind of big, but he could hide behind the chair I'm currently sitting on. That's why people who use Pascal's wager for these kind of discussions just no. It would be funny to actually see an elephant in my fridge. It really would. Christ, I've got a chest freezer. I think a baby elephant might be able to fit in my chest freezer. Fully grown elephant won't. Now, if an elephant was outside in my drying area outside, right outside the window, right there, I would see the elephant because you can't fucking miss it. Elephants are big. Another wrong tack. Not infuriating, just kind of perplexing to me at the minute. If I do get infuriated, you will see.
They can see themselves as the default position. However, this is simply not the case. There is no such thing as a default position. With something like whether or not the Earth revolves around the Sun, if we accept the poor understandings of burden of proof as we find online, we would have to assume that the geocentric model was the null hypothesis, and the heliocentric model bore the burden of proof. In this, we see that the phrase is not null theory, a thing that has actually been tested, but instead null hypothesis. A hypothesis hypothesis being a quote-unquote educated guess. Essentially, with this mindset of default positions comes the principle, whoever guesses first has no burden to explain his claim. Not only is this blatantly absurd, it is also the case that, inarguably, atheism did not come first, so it would bear the burden of proof, since either the belief in God, given historical records, came first, or, if we assume primitive man had no belief in God, agnosticism came first. Because with no concept of God yet being invented, there would be no rejection of God, only a lack of belief altogether. And likewise, if we abandon childish views of burden of proof like this and accept that everyone making a claim has a burden to prove their claim regardless of past cultural dominance, then it is the case that not making knowledge claims, that is, neither claiming belief nor disbelief, is always the only position that does not necessitate a logical defense. In theological debate, this is agnosticism, not atheism. Atheism and theism both bear a burden of proving their claims. And that's all without even mentioning that this idea where you cannot prove a negative is just a cheap lie. No academic worth his salt would make this claim because, obviously, the claim itself cannot be proven if negatives cannot be proven, since the claim is that you cannot prove a negative. Cannot is a negative claim. Here, many try to differentiate negatives from negations, saying that a negative is a claim of non-existence. However, this claim is just as intellectually illiterate as the last. Even if this distinction was true, which it's not, you still have to claim.
Language doesn't work like that. Main reason I disagree with this, language. Very different across the world. Plus English is garbage. Obviously, all the great philosophers were spread out across the globe and over the centuries, really. Many different writing forms, many different types of languages, many ways of communicating your message through. And to condense it into this one narrow, well, English isn't narrow, it's too wide. Cattywampus? You're going to have to explain that last word, Chester. Language doesn't work like that, and neither does thought or belief. Or your own self-truth, really, the way you live your life, the way you express yourself. It doesn't work like that. Thanks, Chester. I'm getting rage-fueled now. Thank you anyway. Thanks. It's always good to hear people like this, so I can expand my knowledge base, even though he's infuriating me now. I will remain calm though, and just point out where he's gone wrong. At least in my own opinion, because this is all kind of wibbly anyway. That's why I keep on saying, each to their own. Like I said, I've got comrades who do have a faith. They do go to their place of worship. I love them for that. I don't go to church, I don't go to chapel, I don't go to mass. I speak to people on a weekly basis who do go to either church, the service for Protestants and Baptists and Methodists and blah blah blah, and Catholics who go to mass. Oh, Skewiff. Here in Britain, it's Skewiff, so it's kind of Skewiff off or out of like blah blah blah. Or just say going down the wrong tack and a silly term. So it's a bit Skewiff. Go.
claim that no proof exists for negatives, because if that claim was not equivalent to you cannot prove negatives and such a proof did exist, then obviously there would be a way to prove negatives. So this claim is in fact implicitly a claim of something's non-existence. Additionally, there are really bad arguments like, well, that's not how court works, innocent until proven guilty, as if a social procedure dictates logic, especially considering that even though the burden of proof falls on the prosecution in court hearings, sometimes prosecutors have to prove negligence. That is, that somebody didn't do something that they should have. They prove negatives all the time. You're just an idiot if you think that. And again, I guess you could ask yourself where I'm going with this. This claim of proving negatives is usually attributed to more militant atheists. But hopefully getting to the point, it's claims like these that would actually have to be true in order for atheism to be reasonable. If we concede that a rational person understands that it is possible to prove negatives, then we can whittle away at other common logical misconceptions. Because a major fault of atheism is the failure to understand what is and is not proven by negatives. For example, whereas many would recognize that the shifting of burden of proof is a trait of the more militant atheist, some we would classify as reasonable atheists are still guilty of thinking that the absence of evidence is the evidence of absence. For all intents and purposes, this claim and the previous one go hand in hand. After all, why should we think that the lack of evidence for the existence of God is proof that God does not exist? The only answer can be that in some way, shape, or form we have to assume that the existence of God solely bears the burden of proof, and in this we have to take on an illogical bias against the position of God. We've already gone over how it must be possible for negatives to be proven, and so if I held out an open palm asking you if you could know that there's nothing there, we would know that anyone who questions our ability to know that nothing is in my hand is being intellectually dishonest. We also know that if you don't see what is in my hand, that is, that we lack the evidence that something is in my hand, that doesn't make it so we can assume that there is nothing in my hand. And no matter how unfair or how difficult it would be for you to prove that something is in my hand or it is not in my hand, you never gain any sort of logical right to just assume that nothing is in my hand. And so, a rational person should accept that the context of a claim doesn't change this. Whether or not it's the question of if something is in my hand, or the question of if there is a God somewhere in the fabric of existence, you don't just get to assume that there isn't something there. In terms of formal logic, the idea that the absence of evidence proves the absence of God is a case of affirming the consequent. If there is no God, there can be no evidence of God. The fallacy then goes, if there's no evidence, there is no God. This is
That's not how formal fallacy works, my dude. You're given this idea, this belief, this thing in your hand. You can see this thing is here. I can close my hand. Oh, that thing doesn't exist anymore. Yes, it does. It's still there. If I give you two closed hands and say the same thing is in both hands, it's still here in one of them, you'd be better using Schrodinger's thought on this one, by the way, other than the formal fallacy. It's a better way of explaining your point. God, this man. Yeah. I'm not going to shout and scream about it. I'll just try to explain it better than he is. I'm here for that. I can actually help this man. And trust me, I won't force myself upon him. I will say I've borrowed his content and say if you want to discuss, feel free to drop by. I don't think he will. Go.
Is also an example of the informal fallacy appeal from ignorance. A lack of practical ability to know or prove something can also be a cause for the lack of evidence. When there was a lack of evidence for the heliocentric model, this was simply because the evidence had not yet been found. Not that the evidence did not exist because it was not yet found. And no, this is not the God of the Gaps. Nor is God of the Gaps a fallacy for the reason that many pseudo-intellectuals online now seem to claim. The God of the Gaps is a concept that was popularized by Nietzsche. His quote goes, "Into every defect had they put their illusion, their stopgap, which they called God." The criticism here by Nietzsche is that theists take the unexplained and use it as proof of God's existence. Essentially, it's that if a disease strikes a society, it isn't because of a complex mechanism by which trade ships arrive with rats that carry fleas that themselves carry microscopic and unseen bacteria. It is because God is angry. God of the Gaps is taking unexplained scientific phenomena and attributing it to God. And so the irony here is that the association between the unknown and God made by God of the Gaps is only a fallacy in so much as it is an appeal from ignorance. Something is unknown, and so the assumption is that God...
Thank you. Super Hubby is out of the restroom. I will be back. I am liking his infographics. These look quite cool. Just looks like a simple chalkboard, really. Nice and easy. Easy to read. I will be back. Okay, here we go. Let's get back to him. 1, 2, 3.
God is the answer to the unknown. Atheism, then, is itself a nothingness of the gaps. The existence of God is unknown, and from this ignorance, the atheist assumes God does not exist. And again, this is because all types of atheism either explicitly or implicitly adhere to some variant of this line of thinking. You cannot, for example, be a skeptic and consider yourself to be reasonable if you are not implicitly or subconsciously operating under the assumption that God bears the burden of proof. True, rational skepticism would be agnostic in nature, wanting all things to be proven with evidence, not just the existence of God. And so, whether it's a posteriori or a priori arguments made against the existence of God, it is the case that, as mentioned, it cannot just be a lack of evidence, but a lack of evidence where it ought to be expected. If I open my hand and you see nothing in it, you know that the lack of evidence for something proves that it is not there. Here, the trouble with disproving the existence of all gods or all interpretations of God in order for a rational person to call himself an atheist is that there is no one parameter of search that can be fulfilled in order to disprove the existence of some higher power in general. You may believe that God does not exist because God is, in Abrahamic religions, described as a good and all-powerful God. And so you may think that something like the problem of evil disproves the existence of God. If God is good, why does he allow for bad things to happen? There are, of course, good arguments to rebut this, but let's just assume that it's true. What you fail to realize is that this argument just states that there is a contradiction between God existing and God being good. It's actually then your choice to choose that God does not exist. You could have just the same chosen that God is not good, and that as well resolves the contradiction. Likewise, if you point to evolution, the Big Bang, or the secular record of events in general, and you claim empirically that these prove that God is not necessary for the universe to exist, you are leaving out several snuck premises. To keep this very simple, one thing that you are leaving out is that you are talking about a creationist or interventionist God. This leaves out interpretations of God like Spinoza's God or Freeman Dyson's world soul. The views of God that postulate in some way, shape, or form that there is a sort of collective essence to which all things belong. A higher power that didn't create a universe apart from it, but is in fact the universe itself. And yes, it is true that Dyson, for example, saw his belief as being more secular, and many question how much Spinoza's God can even be considered God. But in conceding this, we ultimately arrive at the crux of this video. The more you think about what atheists believe, you'll realize that it becomes less and less about disproving the existence of God, and more about trying to disprove the existence of one specific interpretation of God in order to claim that there is no God at all. In this, to any rational person, this is clearly a bizarre bias against anything paranormal, spiritual, or metaphysical. While it is true to say that what could theoretically be described as God is up to interpretation, meaning that it is fair to say that these other interpretations are not God, and as such, if typical descriptions of God fail to be real, then God does not exist, it is also the case that by the same logic, if what it means for God to exist is up to interpretation, then an invalidating position like God does not exist chips away at the only foundation that would give it equal footing with theism and agnosticism. You cannot actually mean that God does not exist. You mean that God, as you want to define him, does not exist. And so you cannot say that all possible interpretations of God cannot propose a God that is real.
Doesn't work like that. Incredulity, yeah. People don't think like that. 1,700 subscribers? Not bad, I guess. I don't know what the rest of his content's like. And like I said, I'll go into the comment section for this video later on, and I'll say I borrowed it from my stream. And say I can clip it out if you want, I can edit it. Or if you're okay with me leaving it on my stream for people to see. You might actually get some people. Who knows? Like I say, each to their own. Oh God. It's been a while since I've actually thought about Spinoza. Interesting. Like I say again, I need Scribby. I will post this for him, obviously. He checks the Philosophy channel regularly, I believe. He needs to see this video. He'll do a damn better job than I'm doing, at least. At least I can say for lived experience and through lived experience of family and friends here in my local circle, really. And other people I've talked to online. And I actually talked to them, not IRL, or on the phone, really. I've reached out to people before and they've came back to me. Quite good, actually, being able to talk to people to discuss these sorts of things. It is helpful to see how other people think, what they believe, how they live, obviously. Wide enough experience is always good. Always learn people, educate yourself, talk to people, read a book, watch a YouTube, listen to some mad Scottish women, if you wish.
Interpretation, meaning that it is fair to say that these other interpretations are not God, and as such, if typical descriptions of God fail to be real, then God does not exist. It is also the case that, by the same logic, if what it means for God to exist is up to interpretation, then an invalidating position like God does not exist chips away at the only foundation that would give it equal footing with theism and agnosticism. You cannot actually mean that God does not exist. You mean that God, as you want to define him, does not exist. And so you cannot say that all possible interpretations of God cannot propose a God that is real without making an appeal from ignorance. And you cannot say God does not exist without invalidating other interpretations of God, which would lead us to question why your interpretation is valid when others are not. You can only say, this specific God does not exist, or this argument in favor of God does not work, and neither one of these claims makes a person an atheist. An atheist is someone who, having no evidence or rational argument, decides that God does not exist. Now, obviously, for many people, we could say the same thing about theism, but again,
Go back. Yeah, you can't say that. I can speak for myself. I can speak to my friends and family members. Some of who are atheists, some of who are agnostic. Close family members, blood relatives. Some of them go to Mass. Some of them go to church or service. They have their own faith. I talk to them, they know I'm an atheist. See, like I keep on saying, wibbly. It's very, very subjective. You can't actually make these statements. Stop making blanket statements. It's better to speak your own truth and see if you can reach out to people to give you, so they can give you their own lived truth as well, how they live, what they think, what they believe. Stop making wide sweeping statements, please. You're pissing me off now. Good. At least this is better than politics, I guess.
you cannot say God does not exist without invalidating other interpretations of God, which would lead us to question why your interpretation is valid when others are not. You can only say, this specific God does not exist, or this argument in favor of God does not work, and neither one of these claims makes a person an atheist. An atheist is someone who, having no evidence or rational argument, decides that God does not exist. Now, obviously, for many people, we could say the same thing about theism. But again, the problem is that there is a clear difference in self-awareness between atheism and theism. Just a guess here, but you will probably find 50 people who call themselves agnostic atheists before you even find one person who calls himself an agnostic theist. I've already gone over the problem with this scale in a previous video, but an issue with it that is relevant here is that you can have a Gnostic theist and a Gnostic atheist, when both positions clearly cannot make claims of knowledge that are simultaneously true. And more importantly, given given what we've discussed here, both positions aim to prove different types of claims. The atheist has to prove a negative, the theist has to prove a positive. Because of this simple fact, even if you aren't a militant atheist where you shift the burden of proof, or make appeals from ignorance, you
Stop saying militant atheist. There's atheists, others theists, others agnostics, or there's Catholics or Protestants or Methodists or Baptists or Sikhs or Jews or Hindus or Muslims. My God, I do still believe there are some Zoroastrians still kicking about. You can't say that. We've all got our own self-belief, our own self-worth as well. So you're slating people, putting them in little fucking pigeonholes. We're very complex individuals. We've all got things rattling around up here, going around like a flying toaster. I want that as an emote, but I think Microsoft might have a problem with that. I do miss my flying toasters. We've all got these different thoughts whizzing around our brains on a daily basis. Stop making these statements and just blanketing putting people in different fucking boxes. We don't like that. Or some of us do like that. We praise that we've been put in our own individual little box that we praise and we love, and we're in there. This is my box. I am in this box. Some of us aren't in that box. Some of us aren't even in any box. I might be in a box. I don't know. I do think. I do theorise within myself. I live a rather funny life, really, at times in here. Stop boxing people up like this. We don't all think like that. We do live our own contradictions at times in our lives. It is weird. You can believe one thing one day and believe another thing the next. We don't all fit neatly into little categories like this. That is why humanity is varied and wide. We can go up, we can go down, we can go out to the left or out to the right, or down and up and diagonal. We might even be able to go into the fourth dimension. The fifth dimension has been theorised. Philosophers are working on it. Oh God. He needs more complex thought in his life.
You are still ignoring that it is far easier to prove a positive, and so atheism and theism are not logically equivalent. You can take something like the belief in Santa Claus, where everybody would concede that it's ridiculous to believe that a fat man in a red suit flies through the sky every year in December to leave presents for all of the children of the world. However, imagine yourself walking out with two friends at night on Christmas Eve. Imagine you hear the ringing of sleigh bells. You look up, you see the silhouette of a man climbing out of a chimney. He walks over to his sleigh, which is pulled by reindeer. He boards his sleigh, a sack over his shoulder, and he commands his reindeer as they pull his sled into the sky. In this scenario, what do you do? Do you ask your friends what they saw? And if they saw the same thing, do you try to convince yourself that you all collectively hallucinated? Maybe you say that it was an elaborate prank, but as the sleigh grows higher and higher in the sky, illuminated by the moonlight, how elaborate of a scheme will you have to imagine? At what point will you just concede that you saw what you saw? And even if you didn't have anyone to corroborate what you were seeing, would you question your own sanity? If so, how? Do you convince yourself that your judgment has been compromised? If so, how do you know that your decision to question
Aerial phenomenon? Anyone? This and these are easily confused. Trust me on that, it's happened to me on many occasions. the connection between what we see with Mark 1 eyeball to what we perceive up here within our visual cortex and things in our brain, they can get kind of switched or fuzzy, or my favourite word again, wibbly. Doesn't always necessarily connect correctly, really. Go away, fuck off. Mass hallucinations have actually happened. They've been documented. Santa does exist, by the way. Basing your footing on a wrong hypothesis is always an easy way to actually debunk people, by the way. Most politicians do it, oddly enough. I come with receipts, trust me.
Question your own judgment was made with a sound mind. The simplest answer we will find as we go down the rabbit hole is that it is just not actionable for a thinker to question his judgment to this extent. If you see Santa Claus, you believe in Santa Claus. If you have a religious experience, you believe in religion, and the extent to which your religious experience feels real and cannot be mistaken for any mundane experience is the extent to which you can rationally believe in God. People, for example, who simply have a feeling that God exists may not be very rational, as faith is not logical in the most rigid of terms, but they still have a reason for believing what they do. Someone who believes that he or she has had a more overt religious experience has to put
Do not erase my NB comrades and friends and individuals. She, he, they. She, her. Hello. Woman. I think. I'm Katie. I might be a woman. Super hubby. He, him. He, man. He, always man. He does man things. He is he, him. He is man. My niece. Praise be them. They are they. They are they, them. They are gorgeous. They are currently struggling. Their flat is burnt down. Nothing that they done, obviously. They are now living in my mum's house. New experience, not a new experience, re-upping of an experience, because niece used to live with my mum, and now she's back. Now they're, sorry darling, now they are back living with my mum. There is no room at our actual mum's house, my sister. Way too full with sister, partner, and her two younger brothers. They're two younger brothers. Sorry, sweetie, fuck. She forgives me every time. Or they forgive me every time. Again, sorry darling. They think they might be atheist. That is good. Good for them. I am helping them. I do miss them. I do. It's been ages since I've seen them. The next time I go up to my hometown of Perth, I will talk to them. See how they're doing. It would be good to see them actually. They have went through more surgery. Ooh, they might actually like this one, so I can help them. Chester, are you still here? You're he, they, aren't you? If I remember correctly. I keep forgetting because I'm such a basic bitch.
him or herself more at odds with his or her sanity in order to question such an experience. And so, reluctantly, we should understand that this person has a great deal of logical motive to believe in God. The same, however, cannot be said about atheists. An atheist cannot hear the voice of quote-unquote negative God calling to him, letting him know that God does not exist. And so, when an atheist feels the inclination to believe that God does not exist, this cannot be an external force that acts on.
We can be moved by lots of different things. We don't need to be moved by a divine spirit or our lovely, all-providing sky daddy. I believe in humans. I believe in our basic humanity. To build each other up, to support, to care for. Yes, atheists can be moved. Honestly, trust me, I've been moved in many different ways. Both physically and metaphorically and psychically and physically, emotionally. Jester, if I could, I would actually pick you up the buhuki on your backside. You need to be punished for exposing me this video. God damn it. If anything, I'd want to reach out to any other people who've actually watched this one. What's the watch count on this one actually? Give me a minute.
The atheist in the same way.
Ah, 500 more than the so it's basically his subscribers, and a couple hundred more, basically. Okay. 255, 258.
That a Christian could claim to be moved by the Holy Spirit. Atheism is a belief that puts oneself in the driver's seat for all beliefs and claims of knowledge. There is no God to move you, and whatever you believe is either logical or it is not. When you use terms like agnostic atheist, you are trying to eat your cake and have it too. Either you believe that God does not exist, or you do not. You cannot claim to know that you don't know, but that you still believe there is no God even though you don't know whether or not there is a God. Because if you are partly agnostic, if you don't know, then what is this belief? It can't be a claim of knowledge, it is an impulsive and emotional desire. It is illogical, and it is illogical by the very admission of the person who calls himself an agnostic atheist. Consider, for example, if we did go down the rabbit hole, and with the Santa Claus scenario, we say it was a prank. Like I mentioned, this only makes sense when the actions of the shadowy figure are within what secularists would consider reasonable. If we say, for example, that it's a prank, it's a pretty elaborate one, where this person has some sort of technology that gives us the illusion that he is being pulled by magical reindeer. And let's take this one step further. Let's say that this is not a prank, but instead a man who, being inspired by the myth of Santa Claus, decided one Christmas Eve to fly in a sleigh led by robotic jet-propelled reindeer, and this man did in fact give as many gifts as possible to as many children as he could around the world in a single night. Doesn't this now essentially meet the definition of Santa Claus? So, is this or is this not Santa Claus? And more importantly, since we have already addressed that multiple interpretations of God exist and the validity of which may be up to interpretation, when this figure is flying in his sleigh, it's not as though we can come along and say that he's not. What we are observing is what's happening, and it is what meets the description of Santa Claus. Even if there are quote-unquote secular explanations, it's not as though in this context those explanations deny the reality of what is being observed. However, when it comes to the concept of multiple discovery and religion, that's exactly what atheists try to do. If, for example, three primitive tribes described separate stories stories to you, one claiming that their god of fire got angry and punched a nearby mountain, one claiming that a fiery bird laid an egg in the mountain and the egg left a hole when it hatched, and the third claiming that the sky shed a tear leaving that same hole. When you went to this mountain and you saw that hole, you would understand that these three tribes saw a meteorite fall to the earth and a mythology formed around this story. An honest and rational person in the search for truth will acknowledge that a great deal of skepticism is healthy. But simply dismissing anything that doesn't align with your worldview rather than sorting through it to see if there's some kernel of truth is not healthy skepticism. That's just bias. In order to be an atheist, we have to look at all of these different cultures that contain concepts of an afterlife, demons, angels, heaven, hell, and gods, and you have to say that this is all just a coincidence. Just different cultures drawing from similar archetypes. Or given the fact that many of these cultures split off from each other likely before spoken word even existed, that somehow the same religion survived God knows how long from a pre-Proto-Indo-European culture. And this is just on top of the fact that in the secular timeline without God, we are the only intelligent life forms that evolved on this planet, despite the fact that convergent evolution takes place all the time, in which all these animals of
We are not the only intelligent life forms on this fucking planet. How dare you? Have you seen dolphins? Have you seen crows or ravens or jackdaws? Have you seen chimpanzees or silverback gorillas? Define intelligence. Ugh. God, that one fucking got me. Fuck. Oh God, we're nearly finished.
Evolved to look and act just like all these other animals, but nothing has ever been driven to evolve to become like us. Likewise, scientists have thrown out numbers for how likely alien life should be, and those numbers seem to be wrong, because we still have no evidence for alien life. We've looked around, the universe should be full of alien life, but yet
we don't know that. Urgh. Plus, it doesn't help when the funding gets cut to actually search for things out there in the vast, great beyond above us in space, or sounding us, below us, above us, all around us. The funding got cut for that, by the way. We are at the far end of the galaxy, by the way. What we can call the arse end of the galaxy. We are so far away. We're at the edge, really, just now. You can't just say that. We don't know. We are still here on planet Earth. We haven't actually went out and explored. First, we sent satellites and probes and things that have left our local area, if you want to call it. We don't know that. You can't make that statement. Jester. Naughty boy. Naughty Jester. Naughty. Go.
we have found nothing. We are seemingly alone in the universe, living in a spot that is perfectly hospitable for life, and having won the cosmic lottery of surpassing the young sun paradox, having surpassed abiogenesis, and having done all of this presumably without the anthropic principle. Because of course we don't want to taint our belief system with things like the anthropic principle that will give way to metaphysical doctrine. But the existence of God, that's the thing that's harder to believe. No, it's not. Atheism is simply an ideology built on preconceived notions and emotional impulses. There is no logical reason to be an atheist, and it's not as though the retort of belief not always being rational holds any weight here. People who believe in God can believe that they have some connection to their faith. We can look at that and say that that makes sense. Even if it's wrong, we understand why they believe it, and more inarguably, it brings them a sense of comfort and belonging. When you just have a hunch because God mean, why God
bad thing happen anyway. Bad thing happen every day. Just because we can either prove or disprove doesn't mean bad things doesn't happen. Bad things do happen to everyone on a daily basis across the world. Bad things do be happening. People do be doing bad things to other people, to other person, to other communities, to other fucking entire countries. You can't. Please justify that for me, if you can. Jester, I fucking hate you. Good. Feel free, Jester, to post any more of this in the philosophy channel if you want to, just to infuriate me more. God, I need to rescue this person. Fuck. I don't think... He does look younger than me, actually. Christ, I'm looking very fucking pale. Blame fiery yellow orb coming through window, making me look this fucking white. Maybe white. Maybe used to it. Yeah. Let's get this
feel if bad thing happen, or because you haven't seen evidence for the existence of God, then in the first instance there you probably have unresolved religious trauma where you had a bad encounter with religion. Or for the second example, you just don't know basic concepts and logic. And if you think I'm being dismissive of this, one really good argument that you've probably already hate posted in my comments, then again, you have to realize that that is a specific argument against a specific claim. You can say this religion is logically inconsistent, this interpretation of God cannot be true. But the claim of God's existence in general, especially considering the more secular interpretations like that of Spinoza, that of Dyson, that is not something a reasonable person can stand against, because at that point you're basically saying that you have all of the answers, where if you're a reasonable atheist or an agnostic atheist, you don't, and you know that you don't. So if you want to be a reasonable person, it's as simple as this: stop pretending that you do. Stop trying to reconcile what you know to be true with what you want to be true. Because why do you want there to not be a God? I mean, that is what that is. Agnostic atheist, for example, you know that you can't disprove the existence of God, that's your claim of knowledge, that's the agnostic part, but then you have this other claim that runs contrary to it. You believe that God doesn't exist, even though you know that you can't know whether or not God exists. Like, no, you just want there to not be a God, and that is a personal issue that you need to work out, which isn't me telling you that you have to believe in God. You can, for example, be an agnostic and be a reasonable person, just like you can be a theist and be a reasonable person. But you cannot be an atheist and be a reasonable person, because whether or not you hear it yourself, deep down, you are in fact shouting at the sky.
Bad Jester. Bad Jester. Oh, God. Who's here? Is anyone here? Oh my God. I've got 3 people on my YouTube. Hello, YouTube comrades. Hi. Did you enjoy seeing me lose my shit with that person? Okay, hell. I will post on the comments for that video. Hello, I have used your video on my stream. You have infuriated me. I can clip it out if you want. Feel free to watch my stream as well if you like. It will get posted. You can watch this section. Oh God, I want everyone to hear that, but I won't. I can't do it. I'll get copyright claimed again, then I'll get struck. I need my YouTube. I've got too many people on it now. Sorry, Astrid. I have used matriarchety before. She is good. She lives in Japan. She is gorgeous. Let's listen to her. Definitely needed a cool down after that one. And I'll say again, bad Jester, bad.
Right, Raquel in Clacton. That earlier caller might not vote for Mr Farage, but I think I would, and I'd like...
Go back. No. Matriarchy. I don't think that is correct.
Right, Raquel in Clacton. That earlier caller might not vote for Mr Farage, but I think I would, and I'd like him to be Prime Minister. But can I ask him a few questions? How much support does he have for same-sex marriage?
It's a settled issue.
You support it?
Well, I didn't support it. I thought it was wrong to introduce it to the public without even putting it in a manifesto. I was very surprised that David Cameron did that. I thought the civil partnership arrangement that we had was actually working equitably and fairly.
Marriage equality, man frog, if you please. With that one sentence, you have disenfranchised my sister from her wedding, from her marriage. Ooh, damn it. I need to listen to this. And everyone else can listen to it. I will do the bonk emote later. Many of them. Because he needs bonked. Not as in your bedroom athletics, if you were to put it that way. I will not say what I want to do. TOS does exist.
So I thought the way it was done was wrong, but look, we've moved on.
Nigel Farage is in the news again this week for his particularly homophobic comments about the fact that gay people can get married. Yes, this is filmed in 2025, so let's dive in a little deeper as to what exactly Nigel Farage has said about the LGBTQIA+ community. You know, that group of minority people that are just living their lives, doing absolutely nothing wrong, but still they are being targeted by the right and far right. Speaking of which, the Reform Party in the UK has gained popularity and is polling to beat Labour in the general election. Honestly, every time I check in with the UK, where I'm from, I just can't believe my eyes and ears. There are people in my close circle that talk about Nigel Farage and say he just speaks truth about the immigrants coming into the country, to which, when I give the actual stats of immigration in the UK, they seem to have lost their ability to read and listen. Anyway, today I'm going to be looking into what exactly Nigel Farage has said about the LGBT community, what it could potentially mean if the Reform Party got into power. But don't give up all hope, because there is some good news at the end that has come out recently, which I personally am excited about, and I'm going to get into exactly why. So please do watch to the end if you can, it really helps me out. Let's get into it. Nigel Farage brands same-sex marriage law wrong. I didn't support it. Reform UK leader Nigel Farage has labelled the legislation that led to equal marriage in the UK as wrong. He goes on to talk about how in 2013, when David Cameron, the Prime Minister at the time, allowed that legislation to come through, he was shocked, and how it opens a whole can of worms. Where have we not heard that before? He said that it could lead to a number of bad things, and I just want to ask, Like, what are we hinting at here? Do we want to say it with our full chest, or are we using the whole satanic panic issue, or are we just like overtly talking about like grooming, or the complete lie that's said about the LGBTQI plus community? Like, what is it, Nigel? Like, do you want to come out with your full chest, or do you want to just hide behind the common sense argument that we see so often? In 2013, back when he was leader of UKIP, Farage said he would not expel members for voicing old-fashioned views about homosexuality, including those who describe it disgusting. Later in 2019, he said people living with HIV should not be able to enter the UK, claiming the country is incapable of treating people with the virus because of immigration.
What the fuck?
This man could potentially be in charge of running my country. Wow! Even admitting the fact that these views are old-fashioned doesn't quite do it justice. These are archaic, not backed by any form of logic and science, and are just bigoted. Let's call it what it is. Bigoted and
No, he
hateful.
doesn't.
But surely old Nigel's got other more open-minded views about the rest of the LGBTQI plus community. Maybe he's just a closeted gay man and those particular things are quite hard for him to swallow. Let's take a look at what he says about the transgender community. I mean, I don't have any stakes in it or anything, like, it's not going to really affect me, I'm sure, but, like, let's look anyway, just for, like, unconscious bias reasons. Reform UK says it aims to ban transgender ideology, and Farage is known for his right-wing views on immigration, refugees, multiculturalism and political correctness, which is now labelled by many as wokeness. Oh, okay. Great. So this is fantastic news for me. It's not going to affect my life in any way at all, and the chance of me going back to the UK has not changed in any way by hearing this news. But at least for now, the Labour Party really seem to be tackling the transgender issue so well, and they're not doing anything that I can think of that are going to be harming the rights of transgender people, except every single thing I can possibly think of. So how has this right-wing shift really worked out for Labour? Have they clawed back some of their base? Have they gained new right-wing and bigoted followers? Let's take a look, shall we? Reform UK has achieved its first electoral victory in North Tyneside, winning a vacant council seat in a by-election. The funniest thing about Reform to me is how we see how unserious they are as a party. I think I saw somewhere on Instagram, I'll see if I can add it back in editing, about a younger person in charge that has to like take over because the older member of the Reform Party just kind of quit or something, or just like went missing, and so now there's someone like far like too young, wasn't even like intending to do this job, who's like suddenly in charge of an entire county. I'll see if I can add that in post, but that to me is hilarious. So the only thing we can hope for in this fascist right-wing future that we seem to be heading into is that like Reform are so bad at their job that at least we get the Conservatives. Oh, I never thought I'd be saying that in my lifetime. Tories win by-election after Reform councillor quit.
Yes, they
The
did.
Conservatives have retaken a seat in Nottinghamshire County Council in a by-election. Reform UK won in Newark West Division at the
Close to where No Justice MTG is. Helena, my lovely darling. You alright? She is surrounded by chuds. So is Kev Company, think of it. Kevin Logan. KF Logan 1875 on Twitch. Or @Ploppy111 on YouTube. Or No Justice MTG, both on Twitch and YouTube. Go and follow them. They are based. They are good people. And I will, at one point, meet them IRL. Just so I can give both of them a hug, since I've basically pinched quite a lot of their fucking videos. I put my own spin on them, of course, because Scottish. Both Kev and Helena are English based. I am Scottish based. I do try to expand on myself. I am gearing up towards next May. I am formulating a plan. Hopefully I will be able to canvas. Oh, by the way, Scottish Green Party member here. Hello, eco-socialist. So hopefully, if I can, I will go out canvassing next year. It's probably going to be in the first week of May. probably, in fact, let's check. What is the first Monday? First Monday. Diary. Me. There's the first Thursday in May next year. Thursday the 7th of May. So it might be the 7th or the 14th. I'll let you know, don't worry. So the campaigning will start late March, early April. My birthday is in March. Oh, I might need not go out. I might not be able to go out for my birthday next year. I might need the money to do the canvassing. I will get back to you on that, everyone. My birthday's on a Tuesday. Hang on.
Local elections in May, but the winning councillor stepped down after less than a week. Keith Gurling. I just can't with these people, they're so unserious. Keith Gurling, who had represented the area for the Conservatives previously, reclaimed it on Thursday with a majority of just 8 votes. It shows the Conservatives aren't dead. We're alive and kicking, and we're going to work hard for our communities. So, all jokes aside for a second, do we really think that Reform can win in the next general election if things continue as they are? Let's take a look at an article by Al Jazeera. Could far-right Reform really win a UK general election now? UK Gulf poll suggests Reform UK will be country's largest party, while former ruling Conservative Party slips further. The far-right nationalist Reform UK Party would be Britain's largest political party if a general election were held now. A major new poll shows putting its founder, Nigel Farage, on a potential course to become the country's next Prime Minister. So, I took a look at this poll on yougov.co.uk for anyone kind of on my more American audience to basically put it as best I can. Like, Labour are close to the, well, at the moment, the Democrats in the US, Conservatives, the Republican Party. Then we have, like, Lib Dems are very centralist, Green are progressive, like, leftist. But Reform UK are, like, a far-right party that have, like, been in the background in various names. But at the moment, they're, like, taking over where the Conservatives have done poorly, and now Labour are showing to do the same. So back in January 2025, so earlier this year, you can see that Labour, the red line, is just generally losing so much popularity the shitter they are. And it was in April where we saw this huge uprise in the popularity of the Reform UK party. And you can see it, I mean, causality isn't necessarily the answer, but you can see the Conservative line dipping almost in the same way. And yes, these numbers do seem to be levelling out now, and we're seeing less of a kind of curve, but that's what's more concerning. It's like the Conservative popularity is kind of maintained, potentially it's its base, and the Reform UK party is levelling out to a kind of flat line. And if it stays here, they may just win by hung jury. Not hung jury, by a hung parliament. All the time, it baffles me with this current heat and the world as we are that the Green Party are just barely gaining any popularity. I mean, that's a whole other video, but obviously I've been a constant Green Party, and however, that might change going forward, and stick around to the end to find out why.
The first by-election of this parliament, and it's a win for Reform, a party that barely scratched the surface in the general election in this seat, now taking the seat by a majority of 6, the slimmest of margins. Let's go straight over here to look at what changed in order to give Reform that advantage. You can see the Reform vote going up 20 percentage points. Labour, really the biggest victim today. They're down 14%. The Conservatives down 8 as well. This and we can see a lot of this pattern over the next 24 hours, I think, is really the story of the election. Labour down, in fact, more than the Tories at the hands of Reform, and I think that's a big deal. The narrowest of margins.
Not good. I think we can all agree. So, I mean, I'm not going to claim to have any understanding about politics to any decent depth or level, but it looks pretty clear that the failures of the Conservative Party are what led to the Labour Party getting in. And the Labour Party are doing the exact same thing, failing, and it looks like they've rolled out the red carpet for another party. It's like a massive, I don't know, table turning situation where every party gets their chance to rule, they don't hold their promises to account, or they've lied their way to power, and then it's just another party's chance. The same thing is happening all over the world. What do I think will happen? Honestly, at this rate, I think it's undeniable that there is a chance Reform will get in. The lies they've told about immigration and the appeal to the working class people, even though they are nothing of the sort, is clearly working. Labour are doing just soft Tory shit, and the Conservatives were devastating and also just kind of stupid. Like the video of Rishi Sunak like giving his speech in the rain while like music played in the background will be forever embedded in people's memories. Reform UK are new, they're different, even though they've been basically rebranding since UKIP. They are the reason we have Brexit. But still, let's give them a chance, shall we? What harm can it do? We're already all poor, no one has any future prospects, and the world is burning. It doesn't really matter who's in power. It's all kind of giving Game of Thrones, where we all have a mirage of democracy, and it's just actually people in power with money just moving seats at the top, and we're all just in a tavern drinking our way to an early grave. But what are Labour going to do to battle this? I could almost guarantee they already are going to have a right-leaning shift. They think that if people are going to vote for Reform, then there must be a base of voters for Reform. So let's move right. But if that were the case, then why would people not be voting for Conservatives, the well-known right party? I think the thing is that we live in unprecedented times. There's no denying that because of the wide range of information we have online, social media, and the fact that we are, to some extent, whether we like it or not, all boxed into our own viewpoints, people are becoming more polarised. I've seen it with my own friends and family. Myself, I've become extremely left-wing, even though I was kind of an airheaded centrist, didn't know what was going on in the world. But so what does this mean? How can we fight this global fascist movement? Well, we need a strong left party. Plot twist, people in the West, in the US, this isn't all going to be about the UK. The recent win for the Democratic primary election of Zoran Mamdani has stricken hope in the hearts of everyone slightly left of centre that really is actually left of centre, not just a fascist in disguise. What Zoran has done is given us hope that there are people with sane brains out there that really are actually hoping for a better world, understand what the term socialist actually means, and that does want to see people have a decent standard of living. At the same time that Trump has just passed basically and is about to sign the big beautiful bill, Zoran Mamdani is a splinter in the Republican Party's side. It's that little bit of light coming through your wall that makes you realise you didn't quite plaster it correctly. Oh, by the way, updates on the House coming very soon to the Patreon. So what does this mean? Well, I'm not the first one to think this, because in the UK there is a new party being formed that we're just learning about now. And I obviously will vote if I can from abroad, should be able to, but like, I haven't had this sense of hope in a long time. I think people are waking up to what really is happening around the world in Palestine. The hypocrisy in mass media about the coverage of Bob Vylan and Kneecap at Glastonbury, one of or two of several artists that talked about Palestine, compared to the actual genocide that's happening, the continual issues in the West Bank, settler colonialism, like everything that people are understanding. Okay, what the media tells us isn't quite true. And whilst some people are falling on the right and the Reform Party and going the other way and believing the garbage that Nigel Farage is telling them, others are waking up to the fact that actually a better future is possible. Jeremy Corbyn confirms talks about forming new party with Zara Sultana. Corbyn says discussions are ongoing after MP's surprise announcement, but he is understood to be reluctant to take title of party leader. Sultana, the MP for Coventry South, who had the Labour whip suspended last year for voting against the government over the 2-child limit on benefits, said on Thursday night she was quitting Labour and would co-lead the founding of a new party with Corbyn. Am I really hopeful? Yes, I absolutely am. I do think we live in unprecedented times where a new party and new political people can join the scene, gain popularity through what they say on social media, and call a action to vote like nothing we've seen before. Young people, and by young I mean...
Hello, darling. Hi. Younger Gen Xer, 1979 by the way. From my age down, and a few people who are older than myself who are born between 74 and 80, essentially 75 and 80, essentially, we're all the same thought, really, the all same motivation. All bar one of them is sticking with SNP. I don't fault them. Good for them. The rest of us, we've all joined Scottish Greens. I will be helping, trust me. Feel free to reach out. Plus, loving your hair. It looks gorgeous. I went for purple this time. It is semi-permanent. It'll probably last for the next 3 or 4 months, really. Looks cool. I do love the kind of strawberry blah 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 blah. I can't talk, trust me. I do be loving the strawberry blonde. It looks gorgeous. It suits your skin tone. It would probably suit my skin tone as well, even though I'm getting drowned out. Do look kind of transparent.
Millennial and younger, which are like 45 and below, my goodness, are finally interested in politics in a way that I don't think we've seen historically, because we have access to real information that I don't think we've seen historically. Look at how much mass media is lying to the majority of people, and that was the norm for however many centuries, decades, years. Now we can actually see what politicians are saying on a daily basis. People have Twitter. Bear in mind, Twitter or X, whatever it's called, didn't exist hundreds of years ago. Like, this is all new territory. And Zoran Mamdani is a key sign of that. So I really hope that Corbyn and Zaltana are going to be the same. And I'm hopeful.
Poverty, inequality and war are not inevitable. Our country needs to change direction now. He says, congratulations to Zara Sultana on her principled decision to leave the Labour Party. I am delighted she will help us build a real alternative. The democratic foundations of a new kind of political party will soon take shape. Discussions are ongoing and I'm excited to work alongside all communities to fight for the future people deserve. He said, together we can create something that is desperately missing from our broken political system, hope.
So, to conclude, fascism is here, just as much as the climate crisis is as well. We're no longer living in times that are going to get bad, they're already bad. It's happening in the US, the UK, across Europe, even here in Japan. There's a far-right party called Sanseido, I think, who have started to gain popularity. And quite honestly, as an immigrant here, it's worrying. But there is also another leftist progressive party, a new party called Reiwa Shinsengumi, who are not exactly communist by nature, but they're leftist and progressive, socialist potentially. And they are also gaining popularity too. We're seeing a polarization of political views. And there is a clear reasoning behind that. But I do still have faith and understanding that the majority of people have a more left-leaning mindset. And I hold that very firmly in my mind. But propaganda is working on both sides, sure, but lying about immigration and the effect of immigrants to the economy, demonizing and dehumanizing certain races of people and groups and minorities is a choice that the right does. Looking at some of like Zoran Mamdani's policies that Fox News put up on screen while they try and dehumanize him and say how bad he's going to be, it's virtually comical to see. It's like, I don't know, cradles for babies, rent freezing, and they're like, this is going to be terrible for the human, and it's like, that surely is not doing them any good. Like, I think the propagandist machine on the right is at least changing, if not falling apart altogether. So for the first time in a while, I honestly do believe I have faith.
So do I.
Now to take a bit of a sinister turn as well, if I'm just going to give my predictions, why the hell not? We've come this far. I think this summer is going to change the world. And sadly not in a good way. In Japan, we're already seeing summer temperatures of late August in early June. The rainy season basically came and went in a week because there was such a kind of bubble of heat coming up from below Japan, like south of Japan. There are heat waves happening all over Europe. Who knows what else is happening globally that's not even been reported on. And I think this summer is going to be so bad that many people start to wake up to the realization that they can't deny the climate crisis anymore.
Yeah,
but more importantly, the people still denying the climate crisis are just barefaced liars, and if not, extremely stupid. So, whilst I am worried about what this summer will bring, I am hopeful for the autumn and winter after, and the effects it has on people's realization that things are already here. Climate change, yes, but also fascism. It's back, baby, bigger than ever. We need to combat it. Okay, I'm afraid I don't have any more answers for you, but I will keep monitoring the situation. As you know, on this channel, I majority cover the kind of transphobia movement that's happening in the world because that affects me, obviously, but I obviously have more compassion and empathy for other minorities that have been affected, and the general rise in fascism is going to affect everyone, so I will cover that too. And whilst I don't follow UK politics as probably much as I should, because I'm not really there anymore and I've kind of lost interest in my entire country because, oh my god, what the hell, I obviously have an affinity with it and I will cover it here too. So if you want to see more of that, this is my sad little thing at the end where I ask you to subscribe, because I will do that, so please do stick around if you want to. And for everyone that has already done so, thank you so much for supporting the channel. I really mean that. This has become more of a creative outlet than anything. My husband and I live in rural Japan, and this has become my connection to like the outside world. That, to be honest, social media is slowly but surely losing its vum for me, its essence. Anyway,
it looks strawberry blonde.
Anyone following my hair journey, yes, I did
gorgeous.
manage to
It
re-dye
does
it and
actually.
get some of that orange tone out ever so slightly. What do we think? Let me know in the comments below. And I am trying to work on a house update more for the Patreon side of things, because there's been a few things. Actually, I might do a very small quick Patreon episode with the updates as to why I haven't done any decent episodes, and I've got some fun B-roll I can put over the side. So I'm going to do a Patreon episode now, actually. Yes, good idea, me. If you want to check that out, please do check out my Patreon as well. Every little really does help out here. We have like reduced our like household finances down to the point that like every Japanese yen is helpful, and we've like reduced our costs right down. We are like eating more sustainably. Like, it's really great, actually. I might talk about that in the video too. I'm really happy with our progress, and it also means that like everything is cool. Like, everything is like a boon, if that makes sense. I'll get into more of that in a second. For now, I'm going to call it there. Have a wonderful day, stay safe, I love you all very much, and take care of yourselves. And I mean that. Take care of yourself. Mwah. Bye.
To my lovely YouTube people, hi. I haven't quite figured out how to read out to put you into someone else's chat. I usually just read out to a Twitch person, a Twitch Conrad. Let's see who I can find. Thank you everyone who's been here for holy fuck. Best part of 6 fucking hours. Who have we got? We have Weenie. We have Segway. We have Carpe Packs. We have Squidadair. We have
They're coming.
Riverboat Jack. We have Celtic.
Holy shit, we got another one.
We have Cinemarxism. We have Cats.
Iowa, thank you.
Cats Holes. We have Noodles. Let's go and say hi to Lenny.
$1,000 a year in saved taxes. But below that is where it gets ugly. If you make $51,000 to $93,000 a year, you will likely lose $2,000 a year in raised taxes. If you're making $17,000 to $51,000 a year, so now we're getting to more poor Americans, mostly poor, you are going to owe an extra $10,000 basically. And if you were making under $17,000 a year, barely over $1,000 a month, then you are going to lose $24,000 a year.
Is no place for the living.
Double raid, Bo, all the way. Hi, Mad Cat. It's good to see you.
To this analysis, projected financial gain or loss by, that's the Penn Wharton budget model.